I plead not guilty to this deed. We were just drinking at the bar. They think I hit you with my car, though I don't really know how, without me damaging the plow. So we found you in the snow. How you got there, I don't know. Brian Alberts was the place where we found your broken face. All the witnesses at trial claim their phones cannot but dial. The McCabe say they're your friend, but the truth they surely bend. They will pull out all the stops, protecting all the crooked cops. And those cringy texts I sent to the agent that was banned were removed in single threads by machines owned by the feds. So Detective Brian's dreams were not disturbed by my shrill screams. Carrie Roberts testified, didn't fake it when she cried. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror and of shock. It was February 22 when I last set eyes on you. Death is such a nasty thief of your life, Johnny O'Keefe.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. Good day to everyone. Instead of saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening, it's good day. I hope you're all safe and well and warm because it's freaking freezing here. I hope you all had a good day off over in the US and everyone is happy and safe. And I got a message from poor Gabby an hour or so ago that she hasn't slept very well. Poor little mite. So send some love. So I've pretty much spent my time wisely with this 28-day Karen Reid trial so far. We've actually finally winding up with the Commonwealth finishing their case in chief, and we finally got to some medical examiners, which, hallelujah. And I thought I would get a little bit more closure on a few things than I have so far. I know we've still got some testimony to hear, but they still haven't answered a lot of my questions. But we'll go through what they've presented, and I've done a little bit of a educational type presentation on some of the injuries, but I wanted to go through particularly Ireni Scorti-Bello's, the report that she does for the external examination, and she notes all of the injuries and what have you. So there's a few things on there that are quite interesting. But basically where we left off on Tuesday was Trooper, where are we? Trooper Nicholas Guarino, and he is the trooper that was responsible for all of the forensic downloads of the phones, laptops, computers, Karen's car, the GPS navigation stuff, and he's still on direct examination. But before we get to that, we need to go through the voir dire. So basically we had that on Tuesday. That's what the day was dedicated to, and Bev was going to make her ruling this morning on the Commonwealth's motion to exclude some of the defence witnesses. Now, she did actually come up with a ruling, which is pretty much what I expected. Well, kind of. So the first witness was Marie, what's her name? Marie Russell. That's right. She was the overqualified for everything lady. Amazing. Recently retired, contacted the defence of her own free will and is an expert in, among other things, animal bites, dog bites and marks. So Bev has allowed her to testify, but it's a limited scope. So she has restricted her to only opine on the marks on John's right arm, that they are a result of a dog attack, but she's not to have any testimony with regards to any police activities, investigation, or involvement that is currently going on or previous to her life experience. So I figured that, but I don't think we need to have that testimony. The testimony about the marks and what they were caused by on his arms, I think, will be more than sufficient. As far as the two biomechanical engineers, she has allowed Mr. Wolf to testify. His testimony has been approved, but with Dr. Brenchler, she's reserving her ruling, and she's going to really limit his testimony, I think. But she's reserved the ruling until we get to that stage in the proceedings. So we may not need him with Wolf on board, but, you know, too much is never enough, I believe. So basically, Lally, in all of his infinite wisdom, draws out this direct examination of Nicholas Guarino for way, way longer than necessary. So this poor man, it's very, very laborious. He basically goes into the GPS navigation data from John's phone, has cross-referenced it with 2 different programs, and then literally does a second-by-second GPS mapping location point presentation on both of the programs. And yeah, so we're going to skip that. Albeit to say, John went from the waterfall to 34 Fairview. All right. Now, the only contention really that they have there is that with this GPS location data, the actual time frame where it shows on the health data of John going up and down or descending and ascending 3 flights of stairs has them located still up the road, like half a kilometre away from 34 Fairview. But we will address that issue when Yannetti does his cross-examination. And he comes in hot too. He comes in hot. He's piping. He's straight after this guy's credibility as soon as he gets up to the stand. So that gets a bit spicy. It's good. But the other thing that this gentleman that we will watch or listen to, he has the voicemail messages that Karen left to John between 12:37 a.m. and 6:08 a.m. that day, the 29th. They're not particularly nice, but we're all human. We've all done it. We've all said things that we regret later. We've all argued. And as far as I'm concerned, they actually do the opposite to me. They don't provide a motive. They provide me with a logical explanation. Who, in their right mind, would call up and abuse someone all night for not coming home if they knew they were dead? So in my mind, it further consolidates her innocence, but that's my opinion. And you are more than welcome to have yours. So thanks again for being here. Thanks for joining us. You're welcome to leave any comments, opinions, theories in chat. Feel free. Keep it nice though. And we'll get into it, shall we? Let's do it. Now, hopefully we don't have any IT issues this evening, because I did go and try and sort that out. I do think it's my service provider, but yes, I've upgraded the system and we should be G to G.
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we're able to see that Miss Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password protected.
That's right. That was why I had it set here. That's the other key point that's come out of this. Karen, it's a factual, like it's been presented in evidence by the Commonwealth. Karen's mobile phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 1 Meadow Avenue at 12:36. 12:36. She is at John's house, unequivocally. All right. That's why I put that. I knew I queued it up there for some reason.
Access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
Cable.
And that would be the home at 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I boosted the speed, George.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one
is?
Yeah.
Just in relation to that, Bob, who was it that said they saw her at the house at 12:45? And how credible is she? You know, doesn't take a rocket scientist. And the fact is the fact. Her phone logged into that Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. So she could not have possibly been seen outside of that house. So it just adds to their lies.
Yes.
Exactly right.
And Trooper Greeno, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list, and the most recent is at the top of the list.
We're going through the voicemails now.
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the
Everyone
court's
hear
permission, if I
properly?
could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you
Everyone
could
catch
have
that?
the second message.
Oh, hello, puss. Come here. Come here. Excellent. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please. My apologies, Your Honor, I just wanted the siren to go by.
Oh, that's fine.
And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Greeno, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
It's foreplay. So this is hello. This is when she gets home, or when she gets to John, so you can hear her walking in through the carport and up the stairs in her shoes.
Now, Trooper Greeno, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone. Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm telling you, fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Now, the fourth message, Trooper Greeno, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just a second, please? So you just played it?
Yeah, Your Honor, there was no content. It was just like a 1 second long.
What's the point of saying
message.
playing it then? Dipshits.
And Trooper Greeno, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
37, 42, 59, 1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by
I
Mr.
believe
O'Keefe's
she was
phone?
mincing her words. there.
5:23 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could. The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Yeah, this is the
Gentlemen, if you could.
this is the we won't play that because we've all heard it. It's the unless anyone particularly wants to hear it again, but it's the voicemail that was caught on John's voicemail when she threw her phone in the back of the car and Jen called 911. So that was the last voicemail on there. So let's skip to cross-examination because we all know we like cross-examination, especially when your netty comes in hot. And we go to the next one. Jodie, why do you write timestamps down and not look at them? 2:31. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And action.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
Right. You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts state trooper in 2015,
Yes, I did.
and you spent 4 years in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019?
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars?
That is also not true.
Okay, well, you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Excuse
7,
me,
8, 9, 10,
you're
11, 12,
not
13, 14,
qualified.
15, 16, 17, 18, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
Well, 2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was
All right.
when I took most of them.
I got you, but you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the
Dismiss.
courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
I
They just
didn't
had
ask
it
you where it
multiple.
was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to
It's an
Computer Networks.
introductory course.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Introduction
To the
to
voice
previewing,
inflection.
correct?
Introduction.
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
And you've never taught a course in computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a
Credibility
Massachusetts state
shredded.
trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you could say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the
Absolutely.
academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still freshest in your memory, correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
Okay. But once the information is received that you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said
Right.
as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available,
Well,
then
let's say you've completed
can't.
your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No,
Is
ma'am.
that what you do,
Okay.
Trooper?
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones, computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
He thinks he's all that,
I
doesn't he?
suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted,
I don't remember the exact conversation.
but there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah.
No, he
Objection.
didn't.
Well, you
Said his
wrote
name wrong.
in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th,
Objection.
2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained, you can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right.
Didn't Kerry Roberts pick it up?
But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand. I'm explaining.
Please,
I don't know
You
what
get
scene
to
it's
explain, sir,
Oh.
most respectfully, until Mr. Lally
poor love.
questions you.
Objection, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier,
Oh,
Ms.
can you read the
Giannetti.
first two lines of that?
Let him grab it.
Go.
Can you read the first two
Yep.
lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation, it was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay.
AJ's listening,
And that was
not
back
watching.
on February 4th of 2022, correct?
although she'll be
Yes, it
watching
was.
shortly
Within 6
now.
days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's Lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No,
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost
Okay.
when I first got the
Well,
phone.
you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe
Oh,
so.
I don't know.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was
I
the
don't-
scene of a crime. Is
I
that-
don't think it was.
You don't think? it was. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how he resisted that
Now,
one.
in that report, you were
Freudian slip.
trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was
I'll go away. I've doubled my speed.
found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it.
Heads will roll.
Correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. We're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from
Wait a minute.
what the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So
I've done everything I can with my IT except for check the cable for mice nibbling. That's the only other thing that I can think of.
you
Yes,
described in
it's
your
spicy.
report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office. Yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton.
Objection.
At 34 Road.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discuss in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you use to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts.
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
Right. That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report?
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone, it was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
There was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
Could the pining any of that evidence the defense expert not requested it?
For the device that we had.
For John O'Keefe's device,
Yeah.
For Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data. When I did look at it,
Report on it, correct?
yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
Because it wasn't
I didn't
available.
have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the
Your reports.
Axiom report?
Yeah, no, any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed, where is that?
What do you, that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we
Which
went to
report is
scene.
that?
That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right. Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page.
Now we go on for a bit here because mine's bigger than yours for a little bit. There is another bit that I would like you to listen to that's important. Come on.
For now.
Okay.
Assuming there are 170
It's about the location of the cell
steps
phone.
taken, that
And the
could have
stairs.
meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right, yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not
or
have
your
been,
testimony.
no.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows. If
And
it
I would
shows
say no.
If it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
Basically, he was saying that the location data that was on the GPS of John's phone at the time when it says the health data was ascending and descending the stairs was on a road that had an incline and a decline, and it could have been attributed to that. But he also is saying that the steps might not necessarily be just steps, because you can do, if anyone's had a pedometer on their phone and tried to cheat, you can just do this and it adds a step every time. So it's not always accurate as to steps. So that's why he's saying if it was steps.
They are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Now that's important because
Sustained.
they
You can
saw.
Ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And
Not
that
us.
is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, he's saying at 12:23, your Apple Health data is showing the car half a mile away. Yet at 12:23, Ryan Nagel texted Julie Nagel to say that they were there, and the three in the car testified that they saw Karen out the front of 34 Fairview.
Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. It's 12:22, 22. Sorry, 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but
Yeah.
approximately. the same
Approximately,
time.
yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transversed, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that had specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced,
Yes, sir.
specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Cellbrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Cellbrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Cellbrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in
Morning,
time
Bri.
to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, the time.
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house. I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm just
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, maybe helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep
I
saying.
did. I'm
All I'm hearing is
Apple
data.
Health data. I thought that was
Do you know
clear.
which data Ms. Gianetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24. And then, as I stated before, Cellbrite shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, we're going to get to that, but
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So again, that's what it's shown. I
Okay.
can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment, Trooper, that
important.
John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay, if you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
The all-important 3 seconds. Sorry, 3 minutes. I suppose it depends what you're talking about, really, doesn't it? 3 seconds, 3 minutes. Come on. I will say the defense have really done their homework with every single witness, everyone, and this one is no exception. Bri, why dangle that carrot? I feel like I'm stalking you. I was watching the panel the other night, and then a super sticker comes up from Bri Bear, and then I was watching Brandy last night. Another one comes up from Bri Bear, and I'm sitting in bed giggling. You get around, Bri, is all I'm saying. Yeah, so basically they're saying this 3 minutes is crucial because if it was 3 minutes later, it would have John at the house. And there's a reason why this 3 minutes is important and how they get it.
Sir, are you aware that apps on an iPhone may pull
This is why.
data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
Did we all know that? I didn't.
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple
I'm
Cocoa
asking
time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
That's not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my
With
head.
regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the 3 clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
May I approach?
Yes.
Did you just
Mr.
throw
Lowry, did you get a
yourself?
chance to look at that?
So yes, that was the point that Unetti was trying to make, that there is the potential, and no doubt that will come out when they bring their expert phone extraction data, because let's face it, they obviously have way better experts on the defence than they do on the Commonwealth. So far, we've only given them 28 days to prove their point. So I'm going to skip ahead to the interesting bit. This is Dr. Renee Stonebridge. Now, she is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology at the Boston Chief Medical Examiner's Officer. Boston Chief Medical Examiner's Office. Now, she pretty much specializes in the neuropathology. So she sort of acts almost like a consultant to the medical examiners for any specialty stuff to do with neuropathology. Now, that neuropathology encompasses everything to do with the brain, the spinal cord, the eyes, and the nerves. So that is her forte, as well as being, competent in the rest of it. That and the cardiac stuff is her forte. So we hear exactly. She's got extensive experience, obviously. Qualified, board certified, and she goes through a really good explanation of the definitions of the different types of pathology and stuff. And then once she's done that, I'll go through, because she uses quite a lot of big words. I've got a little presentation with some examples, just so that you can put names to faces, if that makes sense, because you can get a little bit tripped up with all the technical jargon. So we go after lunch, and what's my timestamp? 5. Righto. Right about yeah.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So with reference to this case,
Oh.
this investigation, who, if anyone besides you, created any Cellbrite reports or
Sorry.
abstractions from any of the phones involved?
They ask him one question and then he pisses off. Righto. Enter Dr. Stonebridge.
If you could please watch your step facing.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. Hi.
So
Afternoon.
once you sit, I'm going to tell you that you have to keep your voice up. We want to keep our air conditioning on. So just if you'd speak loudly into the microphone, that would be great.
Or I'll
Yes,
put you
thank
over
you.
my knee.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge. Last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right.
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York.
I love everything
After
about
that,
it.
I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
And if you could just explain to the jury a little bit about what does board certified mean?
Board certification means that every medical specialty has their own board. So for example, the American Board of Pathology dictates whether or not you can be board certified based on certain criteria. So you have to meet certain criteria, meaning that you have to complete a certain number of surgical specimens, a certain number of autopsies. And then once you meet that criteria, you can take an exam, which if you pass, leads to your board certification.
Can you share some with me,
Now, if
Gabby?
I could ask you just a couple, and your board certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
In each of those areas that you just spoke of?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask you some general terms as far as if you could define them for the jury. First of all, what is pathology in a general sense?
Pathology is essentially the study of any sort of disease or abnormal state of the body tissues. So anything that can go wrong in the body and any of the body systems is essentially the study of pathology.
These are really good
And now, starting with
explanations.
anatomic pathology, what is anatomic pathology more specifically?
Anatomic pathology consists of the study of surgical specimens. So for example, if someone goes to the hospital to have a tumor removed, that specimen will go to pathology. The pathologist will look at it, cut it, look at specimens under the microscope, order any ancillary tests if necessary, and then make a diagnosis, which is then conveyed to the clinician. Anatomic pathology also consists of cytopathology, which is looking at individual cells. And then it also consists of autopsy pathology.
And as far as clinical pathology, what does that mean?
Clinical pathology is anything that is lab related in pathology. So if you have to get blood drawn and then the results come back, that is clinical pathology. If there's any sort of blood work that needs to be done, for example, if you're going to have a surgery and they have to cross-match and type you in case you have a blood transfusion, that's considered clinical pathology. Also microbiology, so anything infectious. So essentially anything that goes through a lab is clinical pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of autopsies in a medical legal sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something that is legal. Sometimes it may be just a person who has not seen a doctor in many years, dies at home. There's no physician that is willing to sign a death certificate. So we work on those types of cases, plus anything that is non-natural.
Now, neuropathology, what is that?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, spinal cord, eyes, muscles, and nerves.
And if you could, just again, in general terms, as far as casework is concerned, related to your work as a director of the neuropathology, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do with respect to neuropathology?
Yes, so my job primarily entails me to be a consultant for the medical examiners. So the medical examiners have a certain set of criteria that they follow in order to determine whether or not a brain needs to be saved for a neuropathologic analysis. So upon following that criteria, if the brain is saved, it gets put into formalin, which essentially fixes the brain so it firms it up, so it makes it easier to analyze. So after the brain has been fixed, I usually let them fix about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could be a little more, a little less, depending on circumstances. I will then look at the brain, take photographs of it from all sides, and then cut the brain, take photographs, document any sort of abnormalities. And then if I feel the need to take sections to look at under the microscope, then I will take those sections. They will be processed through histology. I will look at the slides. Sometimes you may have to add in additional testing, for example, immunohistochemistry, to see if there's anything in particular that you cannot maybe diagnose solely on looking at the histology. And then once that is done, I will issue a report to the medical examiner, and then they use it in terms of determining their cause and manner of death, if necessary.
Now, as far as that formalin process, as far as the solution is concerned, is there a typical time period that the brain would have to be in that solution prior to you examining it or cutting it or
give or take a few days?
Usually about 2 weeks, give or take maybe a few days here and there, but I usually try to let them fix at least 10 days minimum.
And again, in general terms, with respect to the types of cases that are referred to you, what types of cases are typically referred to you?
So part of the criteria that we...
Yes, this is the director of cardiac and neuropathology at the Boston Chief Medical Examiner's office. So she's the specialist that studied, like, so basically the medical examiner did the autopsy, and because there was so much head injury and head trauma, she sent that to the neuropathologist, which is this lady, Dr. Stonebridge. So she pretty much studied just what's happened with John's brain and the injuries that were sustained.
We use is that any cases for children or babies under the age of 2 years, those always come to me. Also, if there is any cases that have blunt head trauma that may be suspicious or homicidal in nature, those will typically come to me as well. Some of the other cases may be just a difficult neuropathologic entity that a non-neuropath trained medical examiner may not be able to really diagnose. And then sometimes there's cases that are just surprise cases.
Think of it like a car engine. So you can take your car to a mechanic, but they may not specialize in transmissions, and you have to send the transmission out to get rebuilt or whatever to a transmission specialist. Same shit.
Where the medical examiner opens up the head and they see something interesting or abnormal, and they decide to save that case for me to look at further.
Now, with respect to the cases that you do see, at some point did you become involved in analysis or testing of a brain belonging to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And who was the doctor that was the medical examiner that made that referral in this case?
It was Dr. Ireni Scorti-Bello.
And with respect to your analysis here, obviously you looked at the brain. What, if any, other sources of information did you review or did you look at in ultimately formulating your opinion in this case?
So at the time when I was able to cut the brain of Mr. O'Keefe, I had information that was relayed to us from our intake department. So when a case gets called into the medical examiner, it gets taken by the intake department and they're given kind of just a rough summary of the case. I also had the police report, I had the EMS report, I had the medical records from when Mr. O'Keefe was in the hospital. I also had medical records from the primary care physician. I had autopsy photos, and I also had, I believe just refer to my notes here because I had a lot of notes. I also had the inventory and tracking sheets, which are notes created by the medical examiner, and the neuropath request itself.
Now, are you familiar with some terms in relation to injuries that you would observe as far as from a neuropathological perspective, as far as injuries being acute, subacute, or remote?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what those are and what those mean?
So it depends on circumstances. Acute generally is something that happened within a very short time frame. So when I refer to something as being acute, I usually refer to that as something that's occurring from the time of an injury to maybe a day or so afterwards. As I said, it's variable dependent on circumstances. Subacute is something that has not happened within the last few minutes, few hours, maybe even a day, and maybe something that is now in the process of healing. And then chronic is usually something that has happened a while ago in the past. You may see some sort of evidence of some type of injury in a chronic state. You may also not see any evidence because it may have completely healed by that point.
And so from your analysis in this case, how did you characterize in your opinion from everything that you reviewed as far as the injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
The injuries I observed were acute injuries, meaning that they probably occurred minutes to hours.
Now, if I could turn your attention to your findings as far as when you conducted your analysis and your testing in this particular case, what, if anything, did you find as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So when I look at the brain, what I do is I look at all surfaces from all sides. And one of the things that I look for is anything grossly obvious, meaning anything I can look at the brain and see that there's something there that shouldn't be there. So one of the first things I noticed was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And subarachnoid hemorrhage is something that occurs when you have bleeding within the leptomeninges. The leptomeninges are a very thin membrane that encase the brain and the spinal cord, and there should not be blood freely floating within the leptomeninges. So if you have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, most of the time the causes are either a ruptured aneurysm, which is something I would see upon cutting the brain, or some type of trauma. So that
I actually had a patient once that had a subarachnoid hemorrhage from that, and yeah, she pretty much ruptured, and I think within 3 minutes she was gone. Simple as that. They're nasty. They're not something that you generally survive. But let's have a look at, because she's going into what injuries John sustained, I thought we would just have a look at some bit more information. So when she goes through her report, she'll go through the different parts of the brain. So you've got different lobes. Oh. So you've got your frontal, your parietal, your occipital, temporal, and so on. And then the brain stem that runs down through the spinal column. And basically the skull, as you can see, it's a fixed enclosed circuit. So any damage that happens inside that, obviously when you injure yourself, it causes swelling, and it can also, in this case, cause bleeding. So all of that inside an enclosed area puts increased pressure on the rest of the brain. So it's called intracranial pressure, increased intracranial pressure. So basically it's like your brain swells inside this enclosed surface, and nothing can go out anywhere except for the weak spots. Now those weak spots tend to be the eye sockets and the brainstem where the spinal cord meets. So I'll explain why I've included that in a second. So keep going. Next, please. Next. Yes, there's graphic content here. So if you remember this picture, this is John in the ER. So he's had this laceration to the back of his head. And if you remember when I did my theory video, I was talking about the Contrecoup injury, which basically means that you have the impact zone at the, well, in this case, the rear of the head, but the force is so great that it forces the brain to the front of the skull and causes the injury and bruising to the front of the head of the skull, which is what causes the swelling and the hemorrhaging behind the eyes, which is what we see here. And this is called, she does mention it, raccoon eyes. And it is typical of brain injury. And yeah, so let me have to move myself from there. So that was the laceration to the back of his head. And if you remember that, I tried to equate it to possibly him falling backwards and hitting his head on one of these weight bench bars of some sort. Who knows? But so subarachnoid hemorrhage. Now, basically, it's bleeding in between the space, the arachnoid space, and the brain. So it's yeah. Hang on, I'll get to the next one that explains it a bit better. So you've got a few different types of hemorrhages, and you've got the layer. You've got your skin on the top layer, and then you have your skull, which is the bone. Then you have the dura, which is like the membrane that encompasses the brain. And then you have the arachnoid matter, which is like a cushioning type of, like a buffer almost. So depending on where that blood leaks into, it is where the hemorrhages occur. So if it's in the epidural space, it's an epidural hematoma. If it's in the subarachnoid space, it's a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And likewise with the subdural. And I believe John had both subdural and subarachnoid, which, and multiple skull fractures. The other thing about the raccoon eyes is it's indicative of basal skull fractures as well. And yeah, the impact fractures that they go through show the actual shattering of the base of the skull right the way through to the front. So the force that was necessary to break that, because it's I think 1,100 psi is the force needed to break a human skull, and that had cracks all the way through. So this is probably a little bit clearer where you can see the different spaces, but it also shows you what a contusion is. So it's like a bruise to the brain. So if in that Contricu brain injury scenario where the damage is done at the front, that whole top side behind the eyes would be bruised, and then that will cause swelling. And it also accounts for, the bleeding from the eyes and the nose as well with that intracranial pressure. So it's really got only a couple of places to go with that swelling. Now, when Ireni Scorti-Bello comes on, she does this, she shows these exam notes, and she mentions that's actually called, where is it? Where is it down? Excuse me. Orbital ecchymosis. So that is the technical term for the raccoon eyes, basically. And she notes that he's got, an ET tube in and the collar, ECG stickers, defibrillation pads, all that stuff. The 3 centimeter laceration to the back of his head, a small laceration to the top of his orbital bone. But there's nothing really that indicates what my point is about the swelling in the eyes, is it doesn't, to me, indicate necessarily being punched in the face, because the swelling is more on the eyelids. It's behind the eyes. When you punch someone in the face and you get a black eye, generally you tend to get the bruising. You either break the surface of the skin of the nose, and you get bruising under the eyes a lot, and swelling around the general eye area, but not the puffiness and fluid-looking almost sacs behind the eyes because of the increased pressure pushing them out. That's my opinion, but yeah, it's I'll go through these a bit more when we get to Ireni Scorti-Bello's testimony, but there's a few things on there that I really need to note, because it wasn't explained to the jury what the injuries were.
Can I stop you there just for a second, of those taking notes and for our court reporter?
Good morning,
Could
Danielle.
you spell the type of hemorrhage and the membrane?
Morning.
Yes. Subarachnoid is SUBARACHNOID.
Thank you, Rye.
And leptomeninges, LEPTOMENINGES.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, with
Medical
regard to anything related to the aneurysm that you indicated that you would have seen, what, if anything, did you see?
Definition of an aneurysm, pretty much a weakness in the vessel wall. So think of it like, you're blowing up one of those balloon animals and the middle bit itself just blows up and the other bits stay normal. It's like a weakening in that vessel wall. So it can rupture at any time. You often get them it's called a AAA. It's an abdominal aneurysm, and it's an abdominal aortic aneurysm. And yeah, if that goes, you've got about 2 minutes.
During the course of your review or testing or analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So aneurysms are typically seen in the cerebral vessels that sit around the base of the brain. So there's something called the circle of Willis, which is the main arterial supply. It sits around the base of the brain, and it's kind of shaped like a circle that has vessels that come off that extend to other areas of the brain. So typically, if there is an aneurysm that is ruptured, it's going to be located somewhere in one of those vessels. So upon observing those vessels, I did not see any evidence of any aneurysm or any sort of natural disease state that might have led to a rupture.
So there was no natural pathology there waiting that just occurred. There was nothing there that could have caused this damage prior, is what she's saying.
In one of these vessels. Also, sometimes these vessels, since they do go deep into the brain, you may only see the rupture upon cutting the brain. And I did not see any evidence of any rupture of any of these vessels anywhere in the brain.
Now, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you observed, where was that located within the brain, and if you could?
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here. You have the temporal lobe right here. And then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between the temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area. But then there was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well. So on this side.
Now, doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes. So the unci are the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem, here the unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brainstem turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push and then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell UNCI?
UNCI.
And with reference to this bilateral unci area, what, if any, herniation did you observe?
So when the unci herniate, it can be subtle. Sometimes if it's herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
Now, if I could ask you, doctor, just to be familiar with the term or medical term known as a contusion?
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
And are you also familiar with another term, part of that term, known as a punctate contusion?
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny. It almost just like a dot.
And with
Well,
respect
talking about my
to
ex-husband there for a
punctate
second.
contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in Mr. O'Keefe's brain, and where was it located?
So there were
They're awesome,
punctate
aren't they?
contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area. And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain. And then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture.
You hear that? Getting pushed against something. So it's smacked up against the front, which explains this. So all of the top bit here, he had frontal lobe, temporal lobe, the whole lot around the top and the front, right back to the ears, where where he had hemorrhaging happening. So
Hence seeing the contusions, because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage, is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty
diffuse.
vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times it's subarachnoid hemorrhage because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in. It can spread, so it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal lobe?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a faint red color that should not be that color, it was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
So it was a
If I
lot
can
of
turn your
bleeding.
attention, doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before. As far as your observations of those, was that one or more than one, or what? How many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time. If it had been something like 1 or 2, 3, 4, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
And the number of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
To be honest, Coffee Cafe, I believe, just my thoughts, I think it was one massive hit. One massive hit to the back of the head. Bang. Done. And that caused all of those injuries. And to sum up pretty much what even if that he survived that head injury and the hypothermia didn't contribute to him and he survived, he would pretty much be a vegetable given the damage done to his brain. There would be no motor function, pretty much none. It's terrible.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience, as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now, with regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that means and where is that located within the brain?
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those oci, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons,
Absolutely.
pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed. The blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely.
I want them to come up with the actual reconstruction to prove that these injuries cannot be consistent with a motor vehicle accident, but I also want them to come up with what could cause this. I want to know what it was that caused the injury, because I don't believe for a second the car's got anything to do with it.
Freely, therefore, hemorrhage.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, would you be able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
Did you see my compilation video, Coffee Cafe, of a comparison of the two experts, Joe Paul and Dr. Wolf? It's on my last video, but I also posted it separately on my channel. I think it might be under the community tab. Have a squeeze, it's funny. Oh, for sure, Bri.
As far as you have certain findings as far as the intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital horns of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
You don't even know what you're talking about, Lally.
What exactly does that mean?
Yes. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So
you know what? I actually think this is that. Sorry, getting on to that comment, Coffee. I think he's deliberately trying to exhaust them so that by the time they get to the defense's case, they're tuned out. They're not interested. They're exhausted.
The occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings, you mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
100%.
It was something that
100%.
required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
Thank you, Doc.
Depends what
I have
position
no
you're
further
in.
questions. Ron.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
Nope, they don't cross-examine her because there's nothing to cross-examine, pretty much. So now we get the medical examiner. Enter Ireni Scorti-Bello.
Swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the
Oh,
truth,
yeah.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever
I
you're
think
ready.
Brandy's keeping
Good
a
afternoon.
track of how many
Good
times he's
afternoon.
said it.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Ireni Scorti-Bello. My last name is spelled Scordi-Bello.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed as a medical examiner.
And for whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And how long has it been that you've been medical examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts?
I have been with OCME in Massachusetts since December of 2016.
Now, ma'am, if I could take you back and just ask you a few questions regarding your educational background, work history a little bit prior to working at the OCME in Massachusetts. If I could start with your undergraduate work, as far as where did you go and what, if anything, did you receive a degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in microbiology at the University of California.
And after receiving that degree, where did you go from there?
I went on to the University of Miami, where I completed my doctorate degree in immunology. And following that, I moved up to New York City, where I went to medical school. I completed 4 years of medical school at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. And following medical school, I completed 3 years of pathology residency at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
And then following your residency at Mount Sinai, where did you go from there?
And from there, I went downtown in New York City, and I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York.
And following that 1-year fellowship there, where did you go from there?
I worked in New York City until 2016 when I moved here to Massachusetts.
Now, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
What are you
Hello
board
and
certified in?
welcome.
I'm board certified in
Welcome.
anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And if you could explain to the jury just briefly,
That's
what
right.
does it mean to be board
Inconsistent.
certified and sort of what is entailed in that process?
Board certification is actually a voluntary process that a physician decides to go through. It involves completing an accredited program in the specialty of choice. In my case, it was pathology and forensic pathology, and then completing a number of requirements, as well as taking and successfully passing exams, and then being able to say that you're board certified.
Thanks, Bright.
And is that certification at
Don't
this
work
time,
too
is that
hard.
up to date?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the time that you've been working as a forensic pathologist, are there any organizations that you belong to in relation to your work in that field?
Yes, I am a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
And that's an acronym as far as name.
Name.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that time frame as well, what, if any, experience do you have in regard to teaching the areas related to your field?
I have always been interested
I
in
can't
teaching.
wait.
I started teaching as a pathology resident, teaching other residents and medical students. And during my time in New York City, I enjoyed teaching medical students and residents. We had a very active education program in New York City. So I've always been involved with teaching both pathology and forensic pathology.
Now, to those terms themselves, if I could ask you briefly just to describe to the jury as far as pathology in general sense, what is pathology mean?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, and pathology looks at disease processes and as well as trauma and the effect they have on the human body.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology
Lolly.
looks at
You've already done
basically what it sounds like. We do a very thorough exam of the outside of the body. We document physical characteristics, eye color, hair color. We document any scars or tattoos that may be on the body. We take pictures, we make notes, we look for any signs of disease and any signs of injury. All that is, as I mentioned, documented. And once we're, during the external examination, sometimes we will take evidence. We will collect hair and nails from the body if we think that is necessary or warranted. And once the external examination is done, then we proceed to the internal examination. That involves making surgical type cuts on the body, what's known as the Y incision that goes from shoulder to shoulder and down the middle of the body, and the organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen are examined thoroughly, again, looking for and documenting signs of disease or signs of injury. We do the same thing with the head. The head is open, the brain is removed, and we document any disease or injury.
I think so, Bob.
Now, turning your attention to January 31st, 2022, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy in regard to a patient or a body of John O'Keefe?
I did.
And do you recall which of, you mentioned there were 3 different offices of the chief medical examiner within the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, it was in the Cape Cod office.
Is that the office that you typically work out of?
No, that's not the office I typically work out of. My permanent position is in the Westfield office in Western Massachusetts. I was covering the office that day because we were short-staffed.
And in the reference to the autopsy that you performed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that in conformity with what you were speaking about just before, generally as far as how you conduct autopsies?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the autopsy that you performed in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during the course of the external examination, what, if anything, did you note in reference to that external examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
First, I noted that there was evidence of medical intervention. Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to our facility from the hospital, and he had evidence of attempted resuscitation. After I documented that, I proceeded to document some injuries that I saw on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And before we turn to that, if I could just ask you a couple more general questions. You've made some mention earlier in your testimony as far as the cause and manner of death in general. That's 2 things that you're trying to determine during any sort of forensic pathological examination, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask you first is just in reference to manner of death. Can you describe for the jury sort of what are the different types of manner in death, and how are they sort of classified from a perspective from your office?
Okay. Yes. So the manner of death are the circumstances that led to the cause of death. The cause of death being the disease or the injury that initiated the sequence that led to the fatal event. So the manner of death is circumstance dependent. There are 5 general manners of death, or 5 umbrellas. The first one is natural. When we determine a manner of death to be natural, it means that the death was caused exclusively by natural disease. That would be heart disease, liver disease, cancer, aging, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc.
I'm going with option
The
2,
second
Bob.
manner of death is accident. That means that the cause of death was due to an injury or due to an intoxication, either a physical injury or a chemical injury. But the circumstances show little or no evidence that intoxication or that injury was intentional. So most motor vehicle accidents, most drug overdoses, most elderly falls are classified as accidents. The fatal outcome was not intentional. Homicide is a manner of death when there is injury inflicted by another person, but there is evidence that there was intent to cause fear, harm, or death to the other individual. And suicide is due to either an injury or an intoxication. And again, the circumstances and the evidence suggest or point strongly to the fact that that was a self-inflicted, intentional act on behalf of the person with the intent to cause harm to themselves or cause death to themselves. So most hangings, intentional overdoses by prescription medications are classified as suicides. And then we have, one more manner that we call undetermined. Some jurisdictions, they call it could not be determined. That means that evidence pointing towards one set of circumstances or one manner is no more compelling than evidence pointing towards another manner of death. So if we don't have enough information to know whether something, or to be able to determine the circumstances, then we are left with an undetermined manner of death.
Now, am I correct in stating that the cause of death is something that's more like a medical determination? Is that correct?
Yes, the cause.
So watch the leading questions, Mr. Elliott.
How would you characterize the determination that you make in regard to a cause of death?
The cause of death is based on my findings at the time of autopsy, along with any medical information that I may have on that deceased individual.
Now, as far as the manner of death, how are you making that determination?
The manner of death, as I mentioned, is circumstance dependent. I make that determination based on investigative information that is provided to me by law enforcement, by the people who did the investigation.
And what, if any, legal determination are you making as far as when you classify something as either of those 5 categories in a manner of death?
I am not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination.
And so as far as the medical determination as manner of death, specifically when I'm talking about something that could be ruled or listed as manner of death as accident, is that, what if any determination are you making as far as that is concerned?
I'm making the determination that the information that I have either shows no evidence or very little evidence that the injury that led to the cause of death was intentional. So I don't have any information to suggest that that was an intentional act.
And am I correct in saying that routinely people charged with, say, motor vehicle homicides, it gets classified as a manner of death as accident, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You can't classify it as that. Some people mow people down intentionally.
Doctor, I'm showing you the documents. Ask you to review it. Look up when we finish.
Damn ADHD.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, Doctor?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a copy of the death certificate for Mr. John O'Keefe.
That's signed by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the listing related to cause of death, what did you list as cause of death on Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his death certificate?
Cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And with reference to manner of death, what, if anything, did you list on Mr. O'Keefe's death certificate in relation to manner?
Undetermined.
I listed could not be determined.
And as far as that listing for could not be determined, if you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as a manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was
I keep wanting to straighten out the black.
the cause of
See that there? The black tape. I want it neat. It's got crinkles in it.
death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries. And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not. And so my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicides or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as your determination of the manner of death being could not be determined, which of the two were you sort of in between?
The 2 manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
I think it's new. It wasn't there before. It's Lally's nappy bag.
Now, Dr. Scorti-Bello, you had made reference as far as cause of death being a blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
At least one of the contributing causes. If you could explain to the jury sort of what you understand that to mean as far as what is a blunt force injury.
Blunt force injuries are caused by any blunt object. That is a very big category of objects. A microphone could be a blunt object. This bottle, if heavy enough, could be a blunt object. The ground can be a blunt object. So anything that doesn't have a sharp edge or a razor edge, not a knife, not a scalpel, is a blunt object. Blunt impact injuries are categorized into contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches,
Wingardium Leviosa.
fractures, which are a break in the bone, and lacerations, which are tears in the skin. So when we say blunt impact injuries, we could be referring to any of those or a combination of those 4 types. And all those are the result of impact of the body with a blunt object.
Now, we'll get more into specifics in a moment, just in general terms as far as from your external examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, whereabouts sort of geographically on the body did you observe these blunt force injuries?
The majority of the blunt force injuries were to the face and the head, as well as to the upper extremities, the arms.
Now, starting with Mr. O'Keefe's head, what was it specifically, or where was it that you observed blunt force injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Okay. I observed a number of different injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's head, starting with his eyes. He had hemorrhage or bleeding on the upper eyelids of both eyes, as well as swelling of the eyes. He had a small laceration, a small tear in the skin on the right eyelid, again associated with the bleeding. He had some abrasions. Abrasions are superficial scratches on the skin on the left side of his nose, I believe. And when I looked at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, he had a laceration. It's a tear in the skin that was surrounded, or it was associated with an abrasion, a scrape.
Now, in terms of the extremities, and I'll start with upper extremities as far as his arms, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to blunt impact injuries to his arms?
He had, on the right upper extremity, he had a number of somewhat linear, somewhat patterned abrasions, scrapes, varying sizes, ranging from small 2 to 3 millimeters to, I believe, 5 or 6 centimeters, both on the upper arm and part of his forearm. He had some contusions or some bruising on the dorsal aspect of the right hand that I measured and documented. He had some other, he had a very small abrasion, I believe, on the lower extremities near the right knee, but I would have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure.
You can go ahead and look at your notes anytime you need to, Doctor.
I can go into my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a kind of magic.
So as far as his extremities, I noted a 3 centimeter superficial abrasion to his right medial upper arm. That would be the medial aspect, would be the inner aspect of the right arm. I noted the abrasions on his posterior right arm and forearm. Those ranged from 3 millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch on the dorsal aspect of the left hand, and a small 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee, on the side of his knee, on the right side.
Now, I think you've defined it fairly well so far, but I'm just going to ask you, just for delineation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the difference between an abrasion versus a contusion versus a laceration.
Okay. An abrasion is a scrape. It's a scrape of the superficial layers of the skin. A contusion is a bruise. So if I hit myself hard enough on my nightstand, I break blood vessels in under the skin, then I can end up with a bruise or a contusion. A laceration is a tear, not necessarily a cut. There's a distinction between a cut and a tear. A tear in the skin is due to a blunt object, maybe the corner of the nightstand that's sharp enough to tear my skin, but not so sharp as a blade that would actually cut the skin smoothly. So we differentiate between lacerations and cuts because cuts are due to sharp objects, lacerations are due to blunt objects. And fractures are basically a break in the bone, again, due to blunt trauma.
I'm familiar with what is termed as an incised wound.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Incised, I-N-C-I.
Incised, yes.
If you could explain the difference between sort of the mechanism and sort of what you observe between a laceration and an incised wound.
Yes. So an incised wound is what I previously called a cut. So the analogy I like to give is if you have a loaf of bread and you're trying to cut the bread. If you take a very good bread knife, sharp knife, you will be able to smoothly cut the bread. If you take a hammer, which is a blunt object, and you try to cut the bread, you're going to shred it up. So an incised wound is a smooth cut. Knives, razors will cause incised wounds on the skin. A blunt object will cause a laceration. It will break the skin, and the edges will not be uniform, and there might even be some bruising around it.
Now, with respect to the injuries that you talked about as far as the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, how was that located in reference to sort of the circumference of the arm? And what I'm asking there is, was it on top, on the bottom, or everywhere?
I described them as being on the posterior right arm and forearm. So when we examine a body, we examine the body in what's known as the anatomic position, which is the body on the table with the palms upwards. And so the posterior right arm and forearm would be what would be facing the table as the body is laying on the table, the backside of the arm and the forearm.
So the opposite of posterior would be what?
Would be anterior, and it would be this area right here that cleans up.
And as far
or
as
forward.
the interior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries there?
I noted in my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Now, Dr. Scorti-Bello, if I could turn your attention to the internal examination as far as the injuries that you observed there, what, if anything, did you observe during the course of your internal examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
Okay, the internal examination, I will start with the head. Once the skull was open and the head was examined, I noted that there were skull fractures in Mr. O'Keefe's skull, both in the back and the front aspect of his skull. I noted that there was recent subdural hemorrhage. That is blood that is under the dura, and the dura is a very tough protective cover that sits over the brain. I noted that there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's hemorrhage that is directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges, which is a very thin membrane that covers the brain. And at that point, I removed the brain and I instead of examining it right then and there, I saved it in a special solution and I sent it to our office in Boston for our neuropathologist to fully examine.
And is it your understanding that a neuropathologist ultimately conducted a fuller examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
Yes,
And who is that neuropathologist within your office?
Dr. Stonebridge.
Now, with reference to the head, as far as the skull, you indicated that there were fractures as in plural, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the fractures, what, if any, relationship did you know between the fractures that you observed and the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that you spoke about in your external examination?
So the laceration on the scalp that I observed was overlying the area of the skull that appeared to be fractured, or at least appeared that the fractures were originating from that point of impact and extending into the rest of the skull.
Now, one of anything as far as your observations of the skull on that point in the, I'm sorry, which part of the skull was the originating fracture?
This would be on the back of the skull, slightly right of midline.
Is that the medical term that that's referred to as?
I'm sorry?
Is there a medical term that that's referred to as far as the right rear sort of?
It's the right occipital.
And
So
what, if any?
did you guys hear that? That she attributed that laceration, that one laceration to the back of his head, to the entire skull fractures that radiated forwards.
Anything led you to that opinion that that was sort of the originating source of the multiple fractures in the skull that you observed?
Again, observing or
The originating source.
looking at the skull fractures and their pattern, there appeared to be a central point with fractures radiating or originating from that central point and going into other parts of the skull.
Now, in reference to that laceration in the area of the originating fracture in the back of the skull, what, if anything, did you determine in regard to impact in regard to that area of the head?
She said that the impact to the back of his head was the originating source of all of the skull fractures that radiated off that. So all of the fractures right through the skull, the source of impact was that one laceration.
Well, the laceration along with, so the tear in the skin along with the scrape, because they were adjacent, are both evidence of blunt impact. So I knew at that point that Mr. O'Keefe's head had come in contact with a blunt object.
Would that be sort of the point of impact between the blunt object and Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Right.
Now, with reference to the fractures that you observed, how extensive were the fractures that you observed, the multiple ones?
No worries.
Well, there were multiple fractures. So by definition, multiple fractures in multiple chambers or parts of the skull. So I would say they were extensive.
You have a moment, Sharon?
Yes.
Now, when you're conducting this internal examination, is there sort of a division of the body that you're doing as far as what you're examining and in what order and sort of things that you're looking at from the internal
Not always.
examination?
Well, we examine everything, and usually we start in the external examination, we start from the head and work our way down. During the internal examination, we're doing two things at the same time sometimes. And so I start with the chest, move to the abdomen, and then the pelvis, while at the same time, we're working on the head.
All right, I'm going to pause you there for a minute. We're going to take a short recess and we'll be back.
You can call it what you like, Gabby, anatomy, physiology, whatever. But yes, I love it. Biological science. Or what did I did applied. Well, I've got a bachelor's degree in applied health science in nursing. Right, skip the break and let's get back. I might need to have a twinkle.
Mr. Lally?
Now, doctor, as far as
I might be able
the
to hold
internal
it.
examination was concerned with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting with his stomach, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in that area?
I observed that there were some small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach.
And are those described in medical literature as a specific type of spot?
They have a name. They're called Wisniewski spots. Wishnewski.
And they're
And
attributable
they
to
have been
hypothermia.
associated with cases of hypothermia.
And how so? How have they been associated with cases of hypothermia?
They have been seen in cases of hypothermia. It's one of the findings that supports the diagnosis of hypothermia. They are not always there, and their presence doesn't definitively diagnose hypothermia, but they are one of the findings that, if present, suggest the diagnosis of hypothermia.
And based on your training and experience, based on other types of literature that you've reviewed in regard to hypothermia, what is, as far as these Wisniewski spots, and thank you very much for saving me from saying that until after you had said it.
Turkey.
With regard to that, what if anything does it say as far as the causality of that, or how that occurs or is related to hypothermia?
We don't really know the pathophysiology of these spots. There have been various hypotheses. People have suggested that they are a response to stress. Some people have suggested that hypothermia increases secretion of acid in the stomach, and that leads to these spots, but their exact pathophysiology is still under investigation.
Now, in addition to
Where did
these
AJ go?
areas of small hemorrhage in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, what, if anything, did you observe in the pancreas?
In the pancreas, I again observed some more diffuse hemorrhage of the pancreas and the tissues around it.
And same question with regard to the spots and hemorrhages you observed in the stomach. What, if any, relationship do the hemorrhages or the bleeding in the pancreas have in relation to hypothermia?
Again, it's one of the findings that, if present, should alert the medical examiner to consider the possibility of hypothermia.
And as far as the observations that you made, as far as the hemorrhages in the stomach area of Mr. O'Keefe and the hemorrhages in the pancreatic area of Mr. O'Keefe, the sort of juxtaposition of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your hypothermic diagnosis?
When the case was called into our office and when we accepted the case, it was reported to us that this was an individual that was found in the snow, covered with snow, and it appeared that he may have been there for a period of time. So one of the questions for me as a medical examiner is to determine whether there are any signs of hypothermia in addition to what I had already observed, which was the blunt impact injuries. And the combination of the gastric, the stomach, and the pancreatic hemorrhages strongly suggested, given the circumstances and how the body was found, that hypothermia did in fact play a role in his death.
Now, probably should have asked this first as a precursor, but when you use the term hypothermia, what do you understand? What does hypothermia mean from a medical diagnostic?
Right, hypothermia is a term used to describe low body temperature. By definition, 35 degrees centigrade or below. And there are levels of hypothermia, from mild hypothermia to severe hypothermia. It just basically means the body is losing heat faster than it can generate it.
And typically, what would be the sort of core body temperature that would determine someone is hypothermic versus not?
We're usually at 98 degrees or 37 degrees centigrade. So anything higher than that is considered a fever or hyperthermia. Anything lower than 35 degrees centigrade or 95 degrees Fahrenheit is considered hypothermia.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of a little bit about the type of diagnosis that is involved in hypothermia, and sort of what other sort of types of information you would be looking at in order to make that diagnosis.
Hypothermia is a difficult diagnosis to make, and sometimes it's a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning that all other possible causes of death have been ruled out and you're left with hypothermia. So a body that is found in the snow or in a cold environment and has a core body temperature of 85 degrees and is unresponsive or asystolic, meaning that there is no heart activity, could be a hypothermic death, or it could not be a hypothermic death. And it's up to us to determine by doing the autopsy what other factors are at play. So the example I like to give is,
I think from memory, the definition of frostbite is more a neuropathological sensation. So it's more to do with sensation and the feelings of nerves, but you'd have to be alive to feel that sensation. But I think I might have to Google that, but good question for sure.
Person with severe coronary artery disease goes out to shovel their driveway, suffers a heart attack, and drops to the ground and is dead within seconds. And no one discovers their body for a few hours during the storm. When they're found, they're asystolic. Their core body temperature is 80 degrees.
His frostbite, maybe it's because his core temperature didn't get down low enough. I don't know. I will look into it though.
But the autopsy shows another reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them. They just happened to be outside after they died and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped. Doesn't mean they died from hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs, that goes out into bad weather.
I struggle to Discord, darling. No idea.
Gets confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter, and they die. Their body temperature starts to drop. They get more disoriented. They get more confused. Their organ systems start to shut down, and eventually they die from hypothermia. So that person will also be found in the snow with a core body temperature of 80, 85 degrees. But when we do the autopsy, if we see those gastric hemorrhages, if we see that bleeding in the stomach, if we see the bleeding in the pancreas, if we look at their toxicology and we see that they were intoxicated with multiple substances, then we can determine or we can opine that the cause of death was at least partly due to the hypothermia, because they were still alive when they started losing heat, as opposed to someone who had the heart attack and was already
Definition of frostbite in chat.
dead when they started losing heat from the body.
Doctor, when coming to your
He did,
opinion,
yes.
In
Quite a
relation
bit.
to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe, in addition to your autopsy, your internal, your external examination, what, if any, other materials were you provided, and what, if any, other materials did you review in relation?
I was provided with a police report, an investigative report. I was provided with some of his prior medical records. I was provided with records from the hospital where he was
Correct,
first
George.
taken by emergency medical personnel. And during the course of the autopsy, of course, I forgot, I didn't mention this. We also, during the autopsy, collect fluids from the body that are sent to the lab for toxicologic analysis. And after a few weeks after the autopsy, we get a report from the toxicology lab. And in this case, I looked at the toxicology report. As I mentioned, all the information from the investigators,
I'll try and find it.
the autopsy findings, the neuropathology findings, and came to a conclusion as to the cause.
Now, as part of the documentation that you received from the investigators, did that include photographs of the scene as well?
Yes, it did, some photographs.
Turning back to the toxicological findings that you received, what, if any, indication did those findings have, or did they indicate in regard to blood alcohol concentration with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe had alcohol in his system, and I do believe, I don't have the toxicology in front of me, but in his blood at the time of autopsy, the level was 0.21 grams per deciliter.
Now, contained within those toxicology findings, there's also something
pretty
listed as a
hammered,
vitreous humor.
0.21.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is, where that sample is taken from, and why it is?
Yeah, that sample, the vitreous humor, is taken from the back chamber of the eye. It's one of the routine samples that we take in addition to blood from the body and urine. And it's, again, used to look for the presence of different drugs. In cases of alcohol intoxication, sometimes we will get a value for the vitreous, and sometimes that value might not be exactly the same as the value that we get for the blood. It gives us an idea of where in the curve of alcohol metabolism, the individual is.
And so, based on sort of the disparity between the vitreous humor level and the, I'm sorry, I may not have asked, what was the level in the vitreous humor?
I believe it was higher. Sorry, I just have to find it. I think it was 0.26. I'm sorry, I can't find it in these notes. I don't know if you have the.
Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, copy of the toxicology report.
Yes. It was 0.28.
Thank you. Now, doctor, with respect to the disparity between what was contained as the BAC and the vitreous humor versus the other number from his blood, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as, or what, if anything, can you take from it?
that suggests that the level in Mr. O'Keefe's blood had been higher than 0.21, and that's reflected by the 0.28 that was in the vitreous. The vitreous metabolism of alcohol lags. It's a little slower, lags behind that of the blood and the circulation. The alcohol is metabolized in the liver, but the fact that it is higher in the vitreous suggests that the level in the blood was also higher at some point prior.
So at some point, whenever Mr. O'Keefe died, his level of alcohol was on the decrease. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned that you had reviewed the EMS reports for Mr. O'Keefe as well as his medical records from Good Samaritan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could just briefly for the jury explain your understanding as far as some of the terms within those medical records. Are you familiar with your review of Mr. O'Keefe's medical records that he was labeled as being in cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury
Asystole,
what that
actually.
is?
Yes, he was labeled as asystolic or
Flat
in
line.
asystole, which is basically a flat line. So if you
Should have been a
attach
nurse.
leads to the body, there is no electrical activity
Yeah.
coming from the heart.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as certain vital signs were taken in the course of his treatment at the Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Yes.
Including a core temperature, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you recall what that core temperature was?
Yes. It was noted as 80.1.
And that was a temperature reading that was taken at 7:19 a.m., is that correct?
It was taken, actually, this temperature reading in the records that I'm looking at was taken at 6:57 a.m.
And with respect to that 80.1 degree temperature, that's in Fahrenheit, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, relationship does that have, or what, if any, relationship does that have to your hypothermic diagnosis?
Well, that is the temperature. At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is asystolic, meaning he has no cardiac activity. That is the temperature of his body at the time that he was taken to, that he was examined by EMS and taken to the hospital. So it is a very hypothermic temperature. It is well below the 95 degrees, which we consider hypothermia.
Now, I
Melanie,
believe you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, but with respect to hypothermia, what are some of the manifestations of that type of onset as it progresses?
Well, the first evidence of hypothermia, which we have no problem in this room, is shivering. When someone starts to get cold, they start to shiver to conserve heat. But then as the body loses more and more heat, there are neurologic consequences. People can get confused. We see this in the elderly all the time. They can get disoriented. And eventually at very low temperatures, below 90 degrees, everything ceases to function. The heart stops.
And would physical weakness be, or lack of strength be one of those manifestations as well?
Yes.
And how many different sort of stages of hypothermia are there from the beginning of or onset of progression to the end?
There is mild hypothermia to extreme severe hypothermia.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
I think in Australia we call the kids baseball round ball. Round ball, yeah. I think so. My kids didn't play it. We played netball. Yes.
Now, with regards as far as the type of clothing that someone is wearing when they're outside in these types of conditions.
She's an attorney too, Gabby, so she gives the legal side as well. So she's excellent, and she often has a lot of special guests on that specialize in certain areas to do with the case. In like she had the dog expert on with the dog bites. That's where I got the information on what the lacerations of an actual dog bite look like. So she does that little step further. She's very, very good.
What, if any, relationship would that have with regard to the quickness or the rapidity of the onset of hypothermia?
Clearly, the more layers someone has, the slower they will lose heat from their body. The fewer layers, the faster they can become hypothermic.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when he was found in the snow on the morning of the 29th?
The information that I was given stated that he was wearing a pair of jeans and a long sleeve shirt.
Now, with respect to someone as far as that hypothermia onset and rapidity of it, what, if any, relationship with the condition of the clothing? What I'm asking there is more sort of the dryness versus wet clothing. What, if any, relationship with that?
Well, again, wet clothing or wet conditions will speed up the rate at which the body loses heat.
You think?
Now, lastly, with regard to this area, Doctor, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe having sort of alcohol on board in the system at the time that hypothermia onset, what, if any, relationship does that have in respect to the onset of hypothermia and the rapidity of that?
Alcohol intoxication, it has been shown to inhibit some of the mechanisms that the body uses to.
I think Grizzly was one of the very first true crimers that I started watching on YouTube, and I used to watch her nonstop. And when it came to the Cavalcante, the manhunt, if anyone remembers that, she covered that extensively. And then I sort of got onto RA as well. And when she was covering the Cavalcante manhunt, there was, do you remember Nick the Hat? He was the guy on Twitter at the time that was doing the live coverage, and she pretty much used all of his it was only the two of them pretty much covering it. So she used his live footage feed for her content, which no problem, that's great. But what annoyed me was the second he became a YouTuber, she pretty much wouldn't even refer to him by name. So I kind of got a little bit turned off there. But yes, she does have excellent coverage. I just thought that was just a little bit,
maintain heat. So it's definitely a factor that is a negative factor when it comes to hypothermia.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes. I think, Bev, it's over 2 hours, isn't it? She needs to get it right. Too grumpy. Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a single-page document. You can just review that, look up when you're finished.
I think this
You
is her
recognize
medical
that,
note.
Doctor?
I do. It is a photocopy of the exam notes that I took at the time of autopsy.
Yeah.
Does that also contain a body diagram with relation to your notes as far as where you observed injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection.
Permission
Thank
to
you.
publish.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that to the jury at this time.
Okay.
Doctor, there should be somewhere before you on the desk over there, laser pointer. Coming, if you could enlarge that just a bit, and if you could focus in towards the top and the head area. Now, Dr. Scorti-Bello, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And on this, as far as the examination that you conducted, that also included certain measurements as far as height, weight, things like that, that you did with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And if you could, what did you record as your measurements for both height and the weight of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was weighed by our staff as 216 pounds and measuring 73 inches, which is 6 feet 1 inch.
Now, doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to starting with the front or the facial area and then to the back of the head, but just with reference to the head area, directing their attention to what, if anything, you observed in the area of the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
In terms of injuries,
Yes.
would like me to point out the injuries. So as I mentioned, there were ecchymosis, that's another word for collection of blood under the upper eyelids. On Mr. O'Keefe,
Hang on. Let's get back to this one. So she just said the ecchymosis. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, no, I've got it. It's here somewhere. Come on. Okay. So that is pretty much the stop. See this CT scan here. So basically what this is showing is what causes that ecchymosis behind the eyes. So if you see on the top right hand side there, you can see that the pressure within the brain in the skull has pushed forward into the occipital area and extended the right eye forwards, whereas in John's case it was bilateral, so it was on both sides. So that's what that looks like, basically if you cut straight from there backwards. But I do have the picture of that. So there's one, all caused from Contra-Coup injuries, head injuries. There's two. Look familiar? So notice on her chart, she notes the ET tube, which is the tube that's going in his mouth. She notes the neck collar. She notes the green defibrillator pad to the top right-hand corner there. She notes the ECG pads there, the little sticky pads that you connect the ECG leads to. There's another defib pad just to the bottom of the right hand of the screen. So that's all listed on that sheet here. So she's got the ET tube, the collar, the ECG pads, the defib pads, the eyes. I think that's that for that one. I'll go through it as she keeps going.
Is on the right eyelid was also associated with a very small laceration. Then
no, it wasn't
there
his.
was
I found
an abrasion on the left side.
I just found one that tried to show what it looked like from the inside, basically. So no, that's not his, but it does push them out and forward, and it will push them all the way, depending on how far that pressure goes. But you need to have an active heartbeat for that intracranial pressure to increase, because obviously the bleeding then increases and the volume increases. So he lost 3 liters of blood, so that pressure basically stopped at a certain point because there was no further bleeding, there was no heart activity.
Side of the nose, and then on the back of the head there was a 3 centimeter laceration. So this is the right side. It would be towards the back lower side on the right side of the head.
And that laceration on the black lower side, right side of the head, is that in the same area that you observed what you described as sort of the originating skull fracture?
Yes, when the scalp was reflected, there was bleeding under the scalp in that particular area. And then when the skull was opened, that's the area that appeared fractured and appeared to have other fractures originating or radiating from it.
Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down just for the middle of the torso. And Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could again.
No. That's the laceration that she. Oh, go back. That's the laceration she's referring to there. Now, the next. Hang on, I'll put it back up. This one here. If you notice this, so she's documented the lacerations to his right arm, and she has put on here. You can see it. She's written Foley catheter, which means he's got a catheter in. She's also put 2 lumen catheter, which she's pointing to the right femoral artery. So they put an arterial line in there, which is part of the resus technique. Now, if you have a look down below the knees, she's pointing to two spots just below the knees, and I think it says 10L or something like that. Basically, I had a look back because I thought, why has he got injuries to the lower part of his legs? I remember, I think it was either Tully or Proctor. They went back to the hospital scene and they had a photo of John's legs on the bed. And I made a comment on stream and I couldn't find it before I got on. I'll have to go back and have another look. But basically, those 2 marks that she's noted to below his knees on both sides is where they have tried to put a cannula in. So they've tried to get IV access basically on both in front on the top parts of his legs, on the shins there, which is very unusual. It's like a last resort and you don't generally get access there. So they must have been trying every way, shape and form to get access, but that's what those marks are. They're not actually caused from any other injury. They're from the resuscitation. And also, she noted 3 broken ribs as well, which were also part of the resuscitation process while they were doing CPR.
Laser pointed this direct jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you noted in this sort of middle torso or
no worries, sweetheart.
Portion of Mr.
Bye.
So
have
on
a
the
great
right upper
day.
extremity, and I guess this is the back of the body.
Thanks for coming.
We have this collection of linear abrasions. I think the battery is dead. That measured up to 7 centimeters and extended from the upper arm.
The other thing I wanted to say too, she notes, hang on, let me get back up here. I put 2 and 2 together too. See the back of the hands? Everyone was thinking they're defensive wounds. Oh, stop. I forgot it's a video. It's gone back to the start. Now, when she goes, stop. When she goes through this and she mentions the bruise, she mentions, God almighty, pause. If you look closely on that right hand, there's a central focal point that is a darker section. And when she goes through this chart, she notes that there's a small puncture wound that's right in that central bit there. That's where they tried to get IV access. It's not a defensive wound. So they've tried to put a cannula in to get intravenous fluids into him, and it's bruised. It's not defensive. So that's what stood out to me. Big time. I'll let her finish now.
down to the middle of the forearm.
If I could interrupt you for 1 second, may I switch with you?
Thanks.
What did you miss, Dylan?
This would be the abrasions.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down for the lower extremities. And again, Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could, again, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you observed on the lower extremities in regards to Ms. Rowe.
The lower extremities didn't have a lot of injuries. There was a small abrasion on his right knee area on the side. And if you don't mind pushing the diagram just a little bit more up to see the hands, there were some contusions or some bruises
Here we go.
on the dorsal aspects
Listen.
of the right hand, and some very faint bruise on the left.
Thank you, Doris. And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Nora, may I approach again?
Yes.
Yeah, you missed the pivotal point.
Doctor, if I could show you what's a 2-page document, ask you to just review that, look up when you finish.
I think she goes through the skull fractures now, and then I think they call it a day.
And do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are copies of diagrams that I used at the time of autopsy to document some of the injuries on the face and the skull.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth can seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Thank you.
It's you and me, Gabby. Everyone's gone to watch the the trial starting at 11, at 9.
Exhibit 644.
And Your Honor, may I return that to the witness?
Yes.
With court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury.
Okay.
Ma'am, 1 moment, Your Honor.
Yep.
Court won't start on time anyway.
Again, Dr. Scorti-Bello, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen? It's the next exhibit before you.
Yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed or noted of significance in these particular diagrams.
So the upper eyelids, the areas of the upper eyelids on both sides had ecchymosis or blood under them. On the right side, there was a very small laceration or a small tear associated with that. Both eyes.
The only thing that I think maybe there might have been a punch, perhaps, maybe 2 at the most, is that laceration to the occipital bone on his shoulder, unless that was sustained in a part of the fall, and the nose. He's got a little abrasion to his nose, but I'm not sure if that's, I mean, he could have gone backwards and then fallen forwards, but could possibly be a punch, maybe, but it wasn't a beating. I don't think those eyes were caused from a beating. I think that was purely head trauma from the reverse, from the behind.
Had some swelling to them. And then on the nose, there were 2 abrasions, 2 scrapes. One was small at 0.5 centimeters. The other one was 1 centimeter, and it was linear.
I mean, you've seen boxing matches. You've seen what black eyes look like and swelling around eyes looks like when you've been punched around the face. And I've seen a lot of fights. My brother's been in a lot of fights, and they've never ended. The puffiness and the pressure, especially on the upper eyelid, normally the blood, it's gravity, so it pulls underneath. Logically, it pulls underneath the eye when it bleeds there, so that's where you get your bruising. But this is pressure from behind. Does that make sense?
And I noted them right there.
Come in, you're going to scroll down a bit.
Yeah.
Again, from
Yep.
the bottom
Looks
right,
completely
diagram
different.
for you,
Completely
doctor, if you
different.
could, use the right corner, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries of significance you noted in that portion of the diagram.
This is the area where I noted the laceration to the scalp. I noted something called tissue bridging, which is a morphologic feature of a laceration. Is what makes it different from an incised wound or from a cut, because again, the skin is crushed and now it's more irregular. The edges are more irregular. And then above that laceration, I noted that there was a scrape as well associated with it. So that was one injury.
In this moment, if I could have the next page of that.
So that picture she just showed, can you just picture in your head him falling back, like being pushed, falling back onto one of those blue metal bars that come out from the weigh bench, hits it, and then as he's falling, it scrapes upwards, like it scrapes the back of his head, which would cause the abrasion above the wound. Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome.
The next
Hold my
page
Crocs.
of that exhibit before you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Really sort of large on the top left diagram.
Yes.
Now these are all the
before we
skull
get into
fractures.
the diagram that's up on the screen. If I could ask just a bit more, if you could expound upon when you use the term ecchymosis, what exactly does that mean?
That's what he's
in
referring to, the
specific
eyes.
Reference to the area of the eyes.
Ecchymoses are a word that we use to describe bruising. Orbital ecchymosis or periorbital ecchymosis or supraorbital ecchymosis just refer to the location of the bleeding in relation to the eye. And when we see ecchymosis or bleeding around the eyes, one of the differential diagnoses, one of the etiologies is blunt trauma to the head, and specifically fractures to what is known as the base of the skull.
What did I say?
This, what you're seeing here, is the base of the skull.
Now, doctor, if you could, using that diagram up on the screen, explain to the jury, when we asked first, as far as were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how the injuries within the skull and the brain interacted with each other, in particular interacted also with the ecchymosis that you're describing in the orbital region?
Wait for it.
So the injuries inside the skull, this is the base of the skull. This is, think of it as the tray where the brain would be sitting on top. The brain has been removed, and now we're looking at the bones. Right here is where I noted the skull, one of the skull fractures to be originating or starting with fractures. These are linear fractures that are extending or radiating from this one point of impact. This is known as the posterior fossa of the base. These two chambers are known as the middle cranial fossa, and this area is known as the anterior cranial fossa. As you look at this, the eyes would be sitting back here. So the eyes are actually very intimately associated with the anterior cranial fossa, which is very thin, and the bones are quite thin and friable. was in this case because we do have a laceration and we do have an abrasion. So we know that the head impacted something blunt with enough force to break the skull and enough force for those fractures to propagate or radiate into the middle cranial fossa and also the anterior cranial fossa, which is the front chambers of the base. When the anterior cranial fossa are fractured, as I mentioned, they are very thin bones. Blood can seep from this area into the soft tissues and manifest as hemorrhage or bleeding or a contusion or an ecchymosis around the eye when you look at the person face, when you look at their face. So it is a well-known fact that fractures to the base of the skull can present with orbital ecchymosis, and that particular manifestation has a name. It's called raccoon eye because it resembles, I guess, what raccoon eyes look like. But emergency room physicians are always very alerted to any hemorrhage and any bleeding around the eyes because it could signify or it could mean that there's a much bigger injury inside the skull and that is not just some bleeding around the eyes, that it actually is associated with a skull fracture.
And it's not indicative of being beaten to a pulp. The defense rests. Although it's not really a win, Gab, is it? It's a horrid, horrid way to die. Horrid. Horrid.
So the ecchymosis itself, as far as the sort of drainage or seepage of blood, that's what causes the eyes to sort of swell up. Is that correct?
Correct. And I predicted that weeks ago. Did I not? Did I not?
And Doctor, if I could ask you with reference to, if you could illustrate with the laser pointer on the diagram up on the screen, as far as the
yes,
subarachnoid.
I got you. Sorry.
Subdural hematoma, as far as the bleeding within the brain, what if any impact that has on the skull, as far as the fractures are concerned, or this building up of pressure itself?
Subarachnoid hemorrhage is a thin layer of hemorrhage on top of the brain, directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges. The main effect, or I guess one of the effects that subarachnoid hemorrhage has, is that it is very irritating to the brain and can lead to seizures. Subdural hemorrhage is hemorrhage that is due to veins in the dura, that very tough protective cover on top of the brain that are broken and leak blood into the space between the dura and the brain.
There we go. There's a picture of what she's explaining. So subdural hematoma, subarachnoid hemorrhage, all of the you can see the skull is that Can you hear me? I'm back. Can I say fuck yes? fucking fuckers. I had to restart my entire computer. My internet just crashed. It has to be a rodent or something because I've done everything. I've done everything. You wouldn't believe the actual internet speed that I'm on. And now I am. Hang on, give me a second. I'm just rearranging things so that I can get back on my screens. And I can link it back. Oh, what the fuck? Go away. Sorry. You go over there. Luckily, there's only a couple of minutes left. Present. Share screen. Stupid. I'm just, heads are going to roll. Now let me get back to the point where we're at. Deep breaths, Jody. Deep breaths.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And
Listen to the sternum, yes.
okay. No injury, we'll discuss in a second.
Correct.
A dumbbell.
Could be.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Hypothermia.
Oh shit, this is today. Whoops. Sorry. Wrong one. Although I probably could continue. Hang on. I've got to go back to yesterday's. Fucking hell. So Miss Little gets up and does the cross. Cool. History. Wrong Google account. The fuck? No, I don't want that. Oh my God. Switch account. Thank you. Holy crap. Day 28. Lordy B.
That kind of injury, given enough time, you can have accumulation of the blood, and you can cause significant shift into the brain. That's not something that we had here. Here we had some subdural hemorrhage, but not enough that it was what we call space occupying. But it was present. So it was due to bridging veins in the dura being injured from the trauma, from the fractures. And in terms of the effect that all these injuries have, the subdural and the subarachnoid and the skull fractures, anytime the brain is injured, it responds by swelling. And the skull is a closed space without the ability to expand, unlike the skin, where you can have a bruise or a significant amount of blood accumulate under the skin. In the skull, once the brain starts to react to the injury and it starts to swell, there's nowhere to go except for down. And that's the foramen magnum. That is the area where the brainstem and the spinal cord will run out. You know, spinal cord connects, obviously, the brain to the rest of the body. And this is one of the few spaces that the brain can try and squeeze into, because he has nowhere else to go. So herniation, brain swelling and herniation are a general response that the brain has to any sort of trauma.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take that down as well, so we can have the lights back on. May I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, with respect to the head injury, specifically the fracture, what, if any, opinion can you give or can you say in regard to the type of force or amount of force necessary to cause the fracture to the skull that you observed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't really give you a number. I'm not a physicist. I can tell you that the skull is a pretty thick bone. It takes considerable amount of force to fracture the skull. So that was a pretty considerable impact.
Now, with respect to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head and the onset of hypothermia, what, if any, opinion do you have with regard to the timing of those respective to each other?
Well, I do believe the injuries, the blunt impact injuries were sustained first. These are not injuries that are immediately lethal. This is not something that would cause death in seconds. And therefore, Mr. O'Keefe may have been incapacitated by the injuries or knocked out, if you will, and was not able to get himself into a warmer environment, and therefore hypothermia set in, given the environmental conditions and given the clothing on the body, or the lack of clothing, I should say, no big jacket or anything like that.
Now, when you say something as far as some type of injury being immediately lethal, can you give an example of that?
The one that forensic pathologists like to use is a gunshot wound to the head that goes from one side to the other, disrupting the neural systems of the brain and causing the person to immediately drop and die within seconds or milliseconds. This is not that kind of injury. This is an injury that took a little bit of time to develop, as is manifested by the fact that we have some bleeding, which means that the heart is still pumping and blood is still coming out of the vessels.
It's fucking awful.
And so I guess to that point, as far as what was it from your examination and your findings and your review of sort of the overall materials that leads you to believe that the head injuries happened prior to hypothermia setting in?
Again, the findings of hypothermia, the blunt impact injuries, if someone is, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that someone becomes hypothermic and then falls as a result. But the hypothermia would continue along with the brain injuries that took some time to develop. So in my opinion, I believe the impact, the injury to the head came first. Mr. O'Keefe was most likely incapacitated or unable to move into a warmer environment, and then the hypothermia
or dragged up the stairs and dumped in the snow.
And if you can, what, if anything, can you say as to the sort of, in contrast to sort of the bullet to the head or the instantaneous death, what, if anything, can you say as to the time that this would take to manifest itself as far as the injury to the head and the hypothermic state?
Again, I can't give you specifics. I would say this was definitely in the matter of minutes, many minutes or hours.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, doctor, you had mentioned that at some point you had reviewed some photographs from the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, I was shown some photographs.
And from the photographs that you were shown, what, if anything, of significance did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, what, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
Well, he wasn't disturbed once he was dumped.
And as far as anything related to footprints, drag marks, anything like that, did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
Wasn't snowing that hard then. Snow covered all that up.
Now, from your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if anything, that you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that Mr. O'Keefe was in?
I didn't see any major signs of what I would call a significant altercation.
Mm-hmm.
And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs, and what would you be expecting to see, and what was lacking as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on his hand. That's a very common place. But I didn't see any bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's knuckles. His nails were intact. I didn't see any breaks on his nails, and I didn't see any fractures or feel any fractures on any of his hands.
Because you punch with this part.
Now,
not this
with
part.
respect to the diagrams that were up on the screen before, as well as your observations from internal examination, you observed some fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs. Is that correct?
Yes, he did have some fractures, I believe, to the 4th and 5th ribs near the sternum. It's a very common location for CPR-associated fractures.
And so I believe you just alluded to it right there. But as far as any fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the origination or causality of those rib fractures?
As I mentioned, those are very consistent with the resuscitation. We see those quite often. Given the history that I was provided, that extensive resuscitation was attempted, I documented those as most likely due to resuscitation.
Now, doctor, with regard to the, just by way of contrast, you talked a bit about the significant impact or the thickness of the skull. How does that relate to the area of the ribs that you're talking about as far as can be fractured and resuscitated?
The skull's way stronger. Way.
Well, I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase it. What is the difference sort of between the thickness of the bone in the skull versus the thickness of the bone in the ribs?
The skull in general is a thicker bone. It requires more force.
It's like an egg. So you imagine trying to break an egg when you're pressing from the top and the bottom only. So it's the difference in the force because of its shape. It absorbs more force. That analogy makes sense.
Now, doctor, if I could, are you familiar with a medical term known as vasodilation?
Yes.
Oh,
and
yes.
Can you explain what that term is and how it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's condition?
I can explain what the term is. Vasodilation means opening up. Vaso refers to blood vessels. So vasodilation is the opening up of blood vessels to bring more blood to the extremities or any part of the body.
And again, that's a bit of an unfair question as far as the relations. But so how does that manifest itself as far as someone who's in colder conditions or has that sort of?
So they do the opposite when they're in the cold. They vasoconstrict. So they actually, and that's what happens when you do advanced cardiac life support. You actually give the adrenaline and epinephrine, which causes that vasoconstriction. So it basically diverts the blood away from your extremities, your arms and legs, and it keeps it to your core. So it keeps it to your vital organs. So not only does it make sure or try to make sure that you've got more blood flowing to the vital organs, but it also increases the cardiac output because you've got more blood flowing through, especially if your heart is in a regular rhythm. And you want more blood flow going through it. So he's lost 3 liters, which is 2/3 of his blood. They're trying to put warm IV fluids in it to bring his blood pressure up, but it's again then diluting the blood, which makes it a little bit worse because you can't oxygenate diluted blood as well as you can blood with hemoglobin in it, obviously, because that's where the oxygen attaches to. But you want to keep consistently circulating that blood through to get it to the brain, to keep that oxygen going so that you can maintain life, basically. But if there's no electrical activity and there is no mechanical activity and the length of time that the brain is starved of oxygen, the damage is done. And apart from that, the damage in his head injuries with all of the hemorrhages and the fractures, there was an absolute zero chance of survival. 0. And yeah, it could have taken ages depending on how big the vessels were that burst and how quickly they bled. But ultimately, yeah, it was 3 liters of fluid that he lost.
Onset of hypothermia. What, if any, relation does the vasodilation have to that?
Well, you can see vasodilation. You can see vasoconstriction and vasodilation in hypothermia. Initially, the blood vessels will constrict in an attempt to reduce blood flow to the extremities so there's no heat loss. Anyone who has Raynaud's knows what that feels like. But then ultimately the blood vessels will dilate, bringing more blood to the extremities. Again, the normal regulatory mechanisms that the brain has to maintain our body temperature are disrupted when you get into those very low temperatures. And therefore, sometimes in hypothermia, you can see very, very red extremities due to vasodilation.
And with regard to the redness due to vasodilation, is there also a whiteness, sort of discoloration to the extremities that can be observed in hypothermic patients as well?
That's been described as well, yes.
Now, with reference to when you make your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, why is it that, well, let me ask you this. You didn't see any signs of vasodilation or white fingertips or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct. I rarely see signs of vasodilation, especially if someone has died in the hospital.
And can you explain to the jury sort of why that is?
So for 2 reasons. In this particular reason, Mr. O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and attempts were made at rewarming the body. So he was given warm intravenous fluids and attempts were made to bring the body temperature up with the hope that the heart would start working once that happened. Also, I did not physically see the body until Monday morning. And therefore, I can't really comment on vasodilation or any effects that hypothermia may or may not have had acutely on the body, because I'm seeing the body hours after death, and already the body has been transferred from the scene to the hospital, stored at the hospital, and then transferred from the hospital to our facility. So there's just too much time between when the body was discovered to when I looked at the body to make any reasonable comments on whether there was vasodilation or not.
Lividity would have set in.
Yes.
Lividity is where the blood pools to the lowest point of gravity of the body. You often see it, or called marbling. I think they're about. Oh, hey, Deb. I think they're about to finish up. I'm just trying to decide whether or not I keep going to the start of today's. Let me know if you want to keep going.
Doctor, I'm showing you a series of 5 photographs. Ask you to,
I'm pretty sure she wraps it up here. These are the autopsy photos.
I'm actually going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Muted. Gone. Yes. Very interesting. I have to go for today. Whilst you're there, AJ, when do you have to be monetized to allocate mods, or when can you do that, and how do you do that? Out of curiosity. And I did myself a mischief yesterday. I don't know if you can see it. I was putting washing in the washing machine, and I didn't lift the lid. I've got a top loader. Didn't lift the lid all the way, and as I've stuck my head in to retrieve my washing, the lid came down, hit me on the nose.
Sense that we break for today.
Massive
fresh
scar.
Tomorrow, rather than showing these two folks now. So, thank you. So we are
Not gonna
going
hurt,
to end for today. We are on track. We are definitely on track for finishing this case next week, partly because of staying all day tomorrow and some of the work we did today and on Tuesday when you all were here. So please follow the 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Sure, leaving your notebooks on your chest, take all your belongings. All rise during open.
Click on the name you want to make a mod. What, in chat?
Doctor, you can file out right after.
Thank you.
Maybe see
Don't get left me.
Thank you. It does seem like the appropriate place to stop. Does anybody? So we're still.
It allows me to delete the comment, put the user in timeout, or ban the user and delete their comments. That's it. Well, you must have to be monetized, I think. Never mind. Right click. Ooh. Save as, send to your devices. Create QR code. Bow, bow. Never mind. I'll have a play around with it. I'm feeling a little bit sprightly, so I might go for a little bit longer, I think. interested now to see today's testimony. So you're welcome to hang about. I know you have to go, Gab. Have a great stream, AJ. Have a good day today. And I'm going to try and get on to today's. Let's have a look, see if this bloody Gabby will tell you my complete live stream crashed. A whole lot. Oh, look. I can see myself in YouTube. Let's go here. Let's go here. Day 29. Let's go on Law and Crime, see what they've got to. Come on. Come on. God, it must have been a late start this morning. Holy crap. 52 minutes late. Hear ye! Hear ye! All right. 29, day 29.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. And to ask you those same three questions, are you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. Can we have Dr. Scorti-Bello, please?
Deb, did you see my the video I did on my theory on what happened to John? Gabby will fill you in.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you.
I do. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, if I could ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external exam.
It's in the playlist for the trial, and I think it's called. It's got a different thumbnail to it, so I think it's called My Theory on What Happened or something like that. I think. I'll try and find it and link it if I can, but it's definitely in the playlist of the Karen Reed trial. Definitely.
Examination that you conducted with Mr. O'Keefe, you were to receive some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included within that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that something, is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside. Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information, again, depending on the case.
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
Was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner.
Thanks, Gabby.
The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened? Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report, I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, Doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes. If you must. I think I need another coffee.
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Oh, okay. I don't know what they're going to show.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes and exhibits.
Ms. Little?
No objection. Thank you.
Miss Little's running the show. Hello, mister. Hello. Come on. You say hello. Come here. Camera shy kitty cat.
45.
This would be awful, awful for the family. It's probably a good thing they're sitting where they are.
Thank you very much.
If they haven't already seen them.
May I have a moment? I just want to make sure they're in the
Yes.
right order.
Although they were sealed, I think, weren't they? Can you imagine how Paul, his brother, is feeling right now? Do you think he'd be in two minds? Because he has supported the McCabe's and the Alberts the entire time and
May I approach again?
Yes.
not believed Karen.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish these for the jury?
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these
How
photographs.
conflicted do you think he is right now?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2853. Doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Doesn't look like.
And Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer that you have there, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this photograph related to the injuries that you were testifying about.
Yes, so first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator, adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C-collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to
unnecessary
going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2857. Now, Doctor, this is not before you at the current time of Carly Martin.
I wouldn't be surprised if they wind up the Commonwealth today. Or at the very latest, Monday lunchtime, very latest. And I would assume, all going well, depending on Lali, hopefully by the end of next week. Which, what's today? 22nd, so 24th. Yeah, you would hope so. You would hope so.
442, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, Doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what kind of role will that play as far as your determination as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2860. Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have a photograph from page 65. And Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could, again, using the way to point of direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you notes in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe in this book.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Saying, Dr. Scorti-Bello, if we could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And doctor, we get out the lights. Thanks. Now, doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding, bleeding under the scalp, is that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side? Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified yesterday about a blunt objects injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head and leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now that blunt objects, what if anything can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt objects possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
It,
Ask the question differently.
Who shook their head?
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of disparity depending on how the person interacted?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle?
He keeps walking under the camera, just out of view.
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And
he's nagging me to come to bed.
did you have occasion to see any
The man
photographs?
in my life.
Have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
Okay.
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examination?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper.
You don't have to apologize for that.
In Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
She spends a lot of time with her eyes closed.
Yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the thickness of the skull bone, what, if any, significance, or what, if any, what, if anything, you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be caused?
I can tell you that.
Would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
1,100
Overruled.
PSI.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
Have a moment, John.
Yes.
That's what Gabby says. Oh, look, yummy.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor.
Didn't we go through that yesterday?
Right, cross-examination?
Woo! Woo! Go, Liza, little.
Good morning, Dr. Scorti-Bello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you've testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Yeah.
Correct.
Anything without a sharp
a
edge.
dumbbell,
Could be.
Yep.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his
Oh,
head,
don't know.
and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Correct. A very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Whether you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries are, or lack thereof,
Leisure.
are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour.
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
I can't wait for
May
that.
I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yeah. Is the bag still there? It's gone. Yeah. She looks very young. Miss Little. That's John. That's Karen Reed's parents right there at the front there. That's, I'm not sure who those four are, but to the right of the lady with the white jacket is Paul's wife, and Paul is next to her. She's got the black shirt on just above Karen's head. So Paul is John's brother and his
You
wife.
are unmuted.
Sitting, you can sort of see their abdomens behind
Would
the
you
railing
agree
there.
that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
Have an awesome
causing
street,
him to
love.
spin around and be projected 30 feet.
Go and check.
Okay, so you need
alternate
to
juror
break it
out.
down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's
After this
injuries
is
to his
finished.
arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction
No.
expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never
Out of her scope.
personally inspected the car, so
Bye,
I
sweetie.
can't offer
Have
an
an
opinion
awesome
on that.
day.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes,
You observed no significant bruising,
correct,
no fractures,
correct,
and no broken bones.
correct.
Yeah, that.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2, yes,
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
correct,
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
correct,
no matter how small.
correct,
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person.
correct.
If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Show
She
Mr.
acted
Lally.
so quickly.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes,
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
the orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
Probably
And that
when
could
they
also
intubated
include
him.
something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
On the tongue?
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr.
Unless he
O'Keefe
bit
had a
it.
significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had one laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that a little
Yes.
bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
Is that the best you can come up with?
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
Yeah, you said that.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury, as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay.
And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call them
Yes.
pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And
Yeah.
you'd agree that, for example, road
Yeah,
rash does not result
absolutely.
in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area
Yeah.
of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean,
Correct.
you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force
even
trauma
close.
can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear tail light at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer
Outside
that?
of her
Doctor?
scope.
I can't. By
Okay.
a smooth,
No.
no.
All right, next question.
By
She
a
can't
smooth
get
rear tail
what
light,
she
you
wants
said
from
that is
her.
not what you
She's not qualified in the dog bites. That's why we have the expert coming in. That's why they push so hard to get this lady, Marie Russell or whatever her name is, to testify, because she's the coroner. She has the generalization, like the overall, she can make that diagnosis, or she can make that discovery or manner of death, that she can determine that. But as far as what caused it, she's put that as inconclusive. So she's saying that she doesn't know what caused it. So regardless if you tell her how many baseball bats or whatever it is, or what do you think this could have come from a dog, she's going to say no, because she cannot determine that. That's outside of her scope. And pushing for that answer is only going to make that more obvious to the jury that it could be from something else.
At 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr.
That's
O'Keefe's
right.
arm.
So don't
I do
ask
not.
her. Oh.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lillard.
She forgot to show submission.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next order?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Dr.
I wonder if he's objecting to Eliza's lack of procedure, maybe. Don't know. That's John's brother, Paul. I can't imagine what they're going through. Yeah. Maybe they've sort of taken her under their wing, and maybe they figure, well, this is the end of the Commonwealth's case in chief, and she needs the experience, and they've done the damage they need to do, so they may as well let her get up and learn. And the only way you learn is by experience, and you got to make mistakes along the way, and so be it. Just putting that out there. You never know. I don't know what her qualifications are, but she does look quite young. And she doesn't have the same posturing and confidence, I suppose, in the courtroom. But that only comes again with time and experience. So you might look at her in 2 years' time and go, wow, she's another Jackson. Who knows? So Raleigh will be complaining about something. They're coming back now. Sound's back on.
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted. And again, the facts are the facts. They can't change the facts with regards to his injuries. And what's caused them have been in dispute the entire time. So it's not really much damage she can do, I suppose. I don't know. Unless she says something really, really stupid.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She does. Very
Permission
much.
to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first.
I
So
reckon
we'll mark it for
mid-20s?
information, and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred to being an exhibit.
Thank you.
But yes, you can publish. Is it all set to be published appropriately?
Yeah, I reckon that was a procedural objection by the sounds of that.
Okay.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton
Oh,
Fire
those were the
Department
days.
and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And
And
you'd
you can
agree
see
that
his
bruising to
catheter
the
in the
backs
right
of hands
corner there,
is
bottom
also
right corner.
consistent with defensive wounds.
That's correct.
And
So
there are
you're in a
actually
catheter in.
4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed
One on the
multiple
nose.
lacerations on his nose.
Not multiple. One.
Abrasions on his nose, yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the
She's letting
contusions
that one
on the
go.
back of his right hand.
Correct.
The injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
In the wrong
And
spot, though.
as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's a good thing, Elizabeth.
Are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
And
Your
I'm
Honor, may
still
we approach?
20 years on you. I'll be 53 this year. Ooh, where did that go? Lordy. Lordy, lordy. Oh, I realize I'm behind, so I can jump ahead.
Shifting gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe
Does
had
anyone
multiple
think it's
fractures.
funny that at no point, right up until now, there has been no photos taken that I'm aware of John at the scene? None. That's a bit odd. There's photos taken of the the grassy patch where his body was removed, but no photos of John actually where he was found at all. Isn't that part of crime scene? I don't know.
Skull, but that they seem to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head.
Correct. Yes.
That is possible, yes.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It only just occurred to me now.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face?
Had they hadn't, I suppose, because CPR had been initiated, maybe it wasn't. They thought that I don't know. He hadn't been declared dead. I suppose I don't know. That's you think? I don't know. I just don't know. That's just putting that out there.
Hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward.
Objection.
Oh, well.
That's been my theory all along that he was pushed. I don't know if you've seen my. Let me see if I can find it. I did a theory on what I thought had happened. Let me skip to this bit. So, graphic content warning, just FYI. All right. So this is John before. This is at the ER. Okay. So you can actually see what he was intubated. He's got the neck collar on. He's got the defibrillator pads, which is the green in the top right-hand corner and the cream in the bottom right-hand corner. He's got the bilateral ecchymosis to the eyes, which is the swelling and pressure behind the eyes and the occipital cavity, which is often caused by a massive head injury, causing the impact from the rear of the brain to the force of the impact from the rear of the head to push the brain forward and smash it into the front of the skull, which causes all of the hemorrhaging that he had around the frontal lobe and around the temporal lobes. So that explains that, as well as the intracranial pressure pushes that swelling and the fluid out through the eye sockets, because that's the weakest point, because the skull is a fixed rigid. So that swelling has got to go somewhere. So it generally comes out behind the eyes or down the brainstem with the additional pressure. Now, my theory was, because that's the laceration he sustained. Now, you can't tell me that he's been hit 3 times with a baseball bat with that. That's one big hit, and it looks quite deep as far as I can see. I don't think the picture really does it justice, but if you have a look, this is Brian Albert's basement. Okay, now this is his actual basement, and he had the weight room set up down there. And if you have a look at the things that I have circled in the red, my theory was that he had gone downstairs with the boys, and something's happened. Either I think maybe it could have even been as simple as he's run down those stairs too fast, and Chloe was down there with Brian, and because he ran too fast, she's seen that as a threat. She's jumped up, bit him on the arm, and maybe he's taken a swipe at the dog, and someone's gone, "Oh, don't do that." Bang. he's fallen backwards, hit his head on one of those blue bars, which has hit him right at the back. And as he's fallen, that scraped upwards and caused that contusion to the abrasion to above the wound. But that impact has basically shattered his skull right the way through to the front and caused all of those injuries that you can see behind the eyes. The only thing that doesn't fit is the, as I said earlier, the small laceration to the front of on his eyebrow and the nose, but possibly he could have obtained those from falling, maybe. I don't know. But the other thing that you need to remember too is he was found flat on his back and he was rendered unconscious from this blow, which caused him to vomit and it caused him to have a seizure. And if you're laying on your back and you vomit, you aspirate that. So you choke on it pretty much. Now, when Dr. Rice got up, his testimony was that there was no obstruction in his lungs. His lungs were clear of fluid. There was no vomitus there. And the vomit was also only found on his boxers and jeans, which to me means that he must have stayed somewhat semi-upright at that point. So he could have fallen back, hit that blue thing, dragged down and sat in a semi-slumped position perhaps, and had his phone in his hand, excuse me, and those 36 steps that it said it discovered at 12:36 or whatever it was, I believe that was the actual seizure that he was having. That's my theory anyway. And I think it could have simply been that he ran down the stairs too fast, perhaps. I don't know. That's the only thing that I can think of that covers all angles of that. I don't think the car has anything to do with it. I think Brian Albert was down there. I think Albert was down there. Brian Higgins was down there. Higgins was basically, he's too wimpy to be involved, so he was an accessory to the fact. Maybe Colin was the one that pushed John. Who knows? But the only way, in my mind, to get the mothers on board would be to protect their child or their nephew. So that's why you've got Jen on board. That's why you've got Nicole on board, because they're protecting Colin. And good old Brian Albert has just basically called in all of his favours, and that went up the chain, and here we are today. But I guess we'll never know.
If I can have one.
Sure.
May I see the exhibits that were just marked, Your Honor? Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Bev. Good on you.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
No.
Do we have just one, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down? Yeah. Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
2853. Dr. Scorti-Bello, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes,
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
yes.
What is that?
That is liver.
Lividity?
Lividity, yes.
Mhm.
Can you describe for the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood
Of the
to
blood.
the dependent areas of the body after
Blood gravity.
someone is deceased.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
Yep.
That is lividity, yes, it goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No,
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please.
It
Thank
pulls to the lowest
Mr. Lally?
gravitational point of the body. It's called marbling as well. Oh, we got some redirect.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
Right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that
Outside.
faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
Could have been a scratch from the dog. From
We're asked
him
whether or
jumping
not
up. Back feet.
the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
No, that's sharp.
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as
Yeah, but he's forgetting. He's forgetting the impact zone was shown. She proved from the back, not the front. The impact zone was from the back, and it radiated through to the front. That's what she testified to, not the other way
abrasion
around.
near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from drag, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts or, as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
So I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
Frozen
You were asked a
ground.
question on
It was
cross-examination
soft
about
snow, Lally.
laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be, yes.
We were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising
Forearm.
to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms.
Knuckles.
I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also include breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Not
Watch the
always.
form, Mr. Lally, sustain.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries, yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with
Do you hear that, Sty?
skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of,
She's already said that.
if you could again just go through
Canal.
your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and bleeding.
Objection.
Yeah, asked and answered.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
Canal.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to
I
how
don't blame
those
her.
injuries were sustained or manifested in this room?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall
Blunt.
to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
They're all
Again, a single impact with a fall could
that.
cause all the injuries that were seen in the brain and the skull.
Yes.
Thank you. I know that.
Amen.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Is that the end of the Commonwealth's case? Is it? Are they winding up? Does the state rest? Looks like it.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth rest.
Oh!
All right.
Woo!
Your Honor, the defense would move the court for,
So I'm going to stop you right there. A short recess.
if the court needs one.
I don't need one, but I will see you at sidebar.
Ooh! Wacko! Oh, this is exciting. Ooh! Wacko. Maybe I can skip forward a bit because I think I'm behind. So maybe we can do a quick catch up. I think we can. Oop, oop, oop.
There's been.
Right.
I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury can find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding.
Directed
There's no question
verdict.
but with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element
I want a
of each
directed
count.
verdict.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence.
Good
The Commonwealth's
morning.
entire case
Good
relies on
morning.
a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence
Motion
to
for
support that
directed
theory.
verdict.
There's no competent
You won't grant it.
physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional
Thank
damage.
you.
There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a
I
body.
don't
30
understand
feet,
how Discord
as
works.
per the Commonwealth's
I'm sorry.
theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner
your channel
does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did, that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
Go, Jacko, go. Take that, Lolly.
Your Honor, if I may just, we have written motion.
Look at Lolly's face. He's like, oh, what now?
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
I won't.
Yes, Your Honor, surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that.
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
And my apologies for that. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
The court has heard. I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe.
Really?
So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, one sneaker in the location of the curb.
So
the
that
glass,
proves the car hit.
Drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen
That
walking
proves
out of
the
the
car
waterfall
hit.
bar at approximately 12::11 a.m. with that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with the pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence
That's rubbish.
observed, that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Valier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct from the pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together matching with that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe.
No, it just DNA, couldn't be
as well as
qualified
from Ms. Chart from Bodie Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications.
Don't need motive.
As well as the testimony of the children in this case as to the state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship.
Neither does that.
You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed.
Circumstantial, Lolly.
That continued
It's
throughout
not
the afternoon of the
fact.
28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Flamati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or
Liar, pants on fire.
verbal arguments stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview.
Get off, Lolly.
With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text sheet. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle. So the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like, approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all 3 indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly.
He's full of shit, but I think Bev will still let it go on.
And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. All right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Bring it on! Bring it on! Fuck you, Lolly. You want to go down? You're going down. You're going down. Hang on. This calls for where is it? Where is Sean? Where is it?
I'll tell you right now. These mofos are history. They are gone.
Yep. You watch it. Now you're going to go down hard. Hard. Yep. Now we get to watch him suffer. We watch Lally squirm. They have not met their burden. For fuck's sake. Sorry, I'm mad now. They're prepared for this anyway. They knew. They knew. Yeah. Who's their first witness? Oh, they're going to bring the jury in first.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
I do.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's
Ah!
Loughran.
And where are you from, sir?
Mr. Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you
Plow
can.
driver. The plow driver.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Lucky
Maybe
Loughran.
put your mouth as close to the mic as you can.
Good on you.
Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And
Good on
did you go
you.
to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Standing
Now,
up
in the
to these
course of
pricks.
living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can
All
you
of
name the ones that you were familiar
All
with?
of them assholes.
I was familiar with Brian,
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert, Brendan Albert,
Colin
Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert is the
Oh.
sister, but I'm not 100% sure on her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but
Okay.
yes,
Graduated at the same time.
correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that?
The DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
It was about 2:30 from memory, I think.
Who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30.
Oh,
and is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
A.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use. So they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
And that
Typical
particular
tight
truck,
asses.
is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes. It's used for everyday use.
Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does it that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it so we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the
windshield, straight out?
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Frankentruck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good. Go, Lucky.
Thank you. And could I have permission to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay, now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Can you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route from the jury?
From the green dot to the red dot.
That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you?
Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Lally.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him? Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
Mhm.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay.
No.
If we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said, can I see it?
Right. No, I know, but the jury can. So I think it would be helpful for them. All right. So you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right. Now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a rin row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Could I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Walker, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck.
I'm sorry?
In front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And
there was
about
nothing
what
on
time
it.
was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
All of it.
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am
So you don't run into cars.
trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And
Oh,
when you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on,
did you see anything
What?
on the lawn?
if anything, did you see
What,
on
if
the front
anything?
lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
We have the previous exhibit put back up with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which side?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a 3-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these 2 passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45?
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it, Tiffany.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection, again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest?
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time?
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that time?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road.
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
In front of the Albert's house.
Where in front of the Albert's house?
By the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not.
Why?
Because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes.
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
Left.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle, but the lawn side?
Yes.
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
No.
Lights were still on.
Correct.
All right. Now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No.
All right. Where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process. Take a left on Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time?
No.
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you? As you were coming down Fairview toward Cedar Crest?
Not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview, and came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the?
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul.
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Taiba.
Oh, come on. Come on.
At any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
Did they try to strong arm you?
I have nothing.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
He doesn't even look at them when he hands shit to them. It's just, you little fucker. Can't even look at them.
Sir, I'm showing you a document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109.
That's just rude.
Look up whenever you're finished, okay?
It's contemptuous. It's because he's a sore la loser.
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that, sir?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes.
Don't you dare condescend to him, Lally.
And
Don't
if you
you
look down
dare.
at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the sort of portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you're driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
You remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
What difference does that make, Lally?
Now, you were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, when you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking
Yes.
about. Okay. And you met him at
Open the door,
is that
Lucky.
right?
Open the door.
Correct.
Do it.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant, the flagpole, or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Got lights on the plow, Lally.
So you do know?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Captain fucking obvious.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Cliffs, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. A Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Take that.
Now, what color was this SUV that you saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it? Or you can't
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
to the left of the door?
Looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news, so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hey, baby, you waiting for Mummy to come through?
Show counsel.
So I'm going to ask you to read, you're going to adopt, I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just do forward, right?
My kiddies are getting restless. I've been streaming for far too long. Come here, baby. Mummy be coming soon. Mummy's coming, darling. Mummy's coming. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. Woo-hoo-hoo. What have I got? Yeah. Schmackos. Ooh, look. Come here. Felix. Felix.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retriever?
Yes.
Yummy.
Mr. Logren, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now,
You go, Lucky.
if the part
You
of
go.
Fairview that you were talking about, and you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Stand your ground.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5
Objection.
a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of
Don't
your
think lucky
file
locks,
route
Nolly.
is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
About what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No,
I
was
even go there.
attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance, is that fair to say?
Yes.
May we approach, Ron?
Okay.
Lolly.
Here's the thing, asshole.
Don't do it, Lolly. Treading on dangerous ground.
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday, when, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
No.
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
You're sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And have no idea what time that you went on tippy cart and you struck the basketball hoop. Is that right?
Why don't you check
If you
the call
ask me
log
to
when he
guess, I
called it
can
in?
guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
Right. Anything, Ms. Giannetti?
Can't impeach me. He doesn't remember.
I want to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor. You were asked the question by Mr. Lally, are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No,
did you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
no.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, eat
Very
it.
briefly.
Fuck it. Eat that shit. Eat that turd.
Based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You're on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. With some,
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
It was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when I,
What I'm asking is, you had testified that you may or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
correct,
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So, sir, what I'm saying is you testified, your timeline, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
At 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30. Then 3 hours later, it's 6, correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, sir, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Loughlin, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to move and ask Dr. Renee Russell to join us.
Okay.
Oh, the doggy expert! Oh, my God! Yes! I'm a bit excited about this, I must say. I don't normally stream for this long, but I just can't stop. I cannot wait to see what this woman has to say. This is the woman that we had the voir dire about on Tuesday. So she is going to testify about the wounds to John's arm.
Watch your step for me.
Now take this, Lally. Stick this in your pipe and
You
smoke
solemnly swear the evidence
it.
given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us, please?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician? Starting with your education all the way back to college.
Okay. Well, I've completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer. And so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away. And I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way.
She's not allowed to
I don't want to get
testify
into
about
the
any of her
specifics.
police.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes.
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
Did. Doctor.
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
Yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day. 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become, at some point, a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor.
Now that's what we call an expert, Lally.
Of your 29 years, you were supervising others.
Correct.
Meaning other doctors.
Other doctors, yes.
Teaching other doctors.
Yes.
And teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases, once they examined the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so, and I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training. So, that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Well, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yep.
Yes.
Keeps going,
What is the
Elizabeth.
connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriffs, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
This is the witness they fought so hard. This is what Lali was trying to keep out with the voir dire on Tuesday, and she is not allowed to testify about any of her, because she was a police officer for 7 years. She's not allowed to mention any of that experience in her testimony at all. So she's missing 7 years on top of all of this. So she's amazing.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for that for those purposes?
The title was.
She is the specialist. She specialized in dog attack wounds, police dog bites. Wait for it.
Medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
Gee, I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive. I did that. That was a job I was doing when I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an ER, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to the one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
How many?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
How many inmates did she treat that had been arrested using a canine?
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your
extensive experience,
career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specifically?
And the best part of this is she volunteered. She approached the defense. They didn't charge her. They didn't chase her. She came to them. No agenda, nothing. Totally impartial, because you watch, Jackson will say, are we paying you? Are they paying you? Nope.
Specific to his right arm.
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed, let's see, I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Action, may we approach?
Yes.
She didn't mention that in her voir dire. Did not mention that. She'd reviewed that document. That's why he's objecting. I don't know why that makes a difference, but yeah, that was not mentioned in her voir dire. I think we're going on a break. Yep, we are. Let's skip it. Oh, skip ahead because we're only 18 minutes behind now. So here we go.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed and coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well, from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm?
Yes.
Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission,